Alright, looks like Comcast was having itself a little burp. Like a baby who's just eaten, you gotta like pat Comcast on the back, let it burp up a bit. Get the gunk out, otherwise it suffocates. So, where were we? We're about to talk to Classy, got our volition close up. But let me quickly get everything back up and operational. Network hero, reload. Okay, round 2.
Hello, officer.
Get that volition check before we resume.
Just like the last time.
See, what's the roll on that? That's why I quick saved first. 2 plus 1. I already paid my dues. Increased my volition when there's other skills I could put it towards. And bumped it up as high to 92%, so I'm gonna take the pettiness.
What brings you up here again?
Soft,
There we go.
light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
I'm going to blame the previous roll of 8 on Comcast brief disconnection. What's the bad news?
You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff.
Not her type. She doesn't want the logic, the encyclopedia. These guys, volition and drama saying.
You too.
And drama. Purple is saying blue then. She just like intellect, just full on psyche.
Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised.
Compromised.
She's got them
Oh,
singing
no.
to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info. You can't trust them anymore.
Really? Hold on. Volition, this is a success. You think this is true? Because if that's so, this could change everything I know about this entire conversation with her. Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume.
All of them!
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
Electrochemistry, you're the definition of compromise. Keep it in your pants.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you.
She's compromised, get rid of him.
I take it back. It's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
This next guy. Suggesting suggestion. Okay, how did this happen exactly?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
Oh no, what could I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
Oh, what's the use of this then? If I'm aware of it, I can keep an eye out for it.
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Does this mean she's been lying to me?
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
An expert bullshitter?
That is correct. And omissions too.
Could I trust rhetoric?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
I trust any of them ever again. See, I've always been questioning this whole time, like, alright, authority says this, but that's coming from this place. Volition's saying that, and so on and so forth. Which is really cool. I kinda love this aspect of the game, where you're not just having a different part of your psyche, arguing with yourself and among themselves too, but trying to interpret what it means. If a given voice has a success in what you're trying to say. Could I ever trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here.
What's her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious.
Okay, well let's take this logic to the extreme. What if she is a victim? What if she did kill in self-defense, as my initial guess was, and that the Hardy Boys are covering for her? But given that she's a little bit itinerant, doesn't want to be tied down and wants to be able to escape when the weather changes, really doesn't want to be tied that deeply to this case, it's a possibility. If Alicia is correct, then I cannot just take her testimony at face value.
See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised.
Okay, that's enough talking to myself. Lesson learned, I have to be fully suspicious of my own selves.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Miss, are you manipulating me? Close your eyes. Let the moment pass.
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling. A tired smile.
Alright, so we gotta talk about everything all over again then. Talk about the room again?
Yeah. Alright. Not my
Just
favorite
saw
topic,
anything else new?
but okay. How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
We never got the chance to re-ask about the guy. She said, talk to me again later. Or at least we thought that because she wasn't feeling it. It was still too soon. The things she says, sure, either overt or unintended manipulation. But the way she looks out on the yard where the corpse hang, I don't think she's making that up. I'm pretty sure that her partying with the victim was the truth. Titus Hardy gave a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
It's also equally true. They could have said all those things and merely partied with her consensually.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
He specifically identifies you as a target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via the encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used, yes.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Cohoy style?
Yeah, Cohoy was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Cohoy. It wasn't his everything.
Machismo was exactly what I think it was. Which could have opened him up to doing things what the opportunity presents. But was it just machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Coping, catchphrase, persona? I'm putting persona. He's wrapped himself into this identity.
Running joke. I
Oh.
was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way funkier than that.
Lelies, okay, that was his
He
name.
was like the Seminese conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Norani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Ugh.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. Sounded like a deeply troubled man.
He said he was mentally done. Sounds like a broken man. Weren't you afraid? You like this kind of stuff. You spent time with this person romantically. He came to party. She likes to party. What about mentally done stuff?
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
Deflecting. You weren't afraid.
Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things in Martinez, I mean?
What is she demonstrating? That simply saying those things is easy enough?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As
Wait,
much as
hold
a man
on.
like him could be.
Why are the butterflies? I just realized. Have the butterflies been on this whole time? What the heck? Ugh. The return from Comcast messing up is messing everything up. Which button was that? Oh. It was that one. Then here. Okay. Well, at least you get the audio. We're standing in front of her anyway. That is why you never go onto Comcast. Comcast is worse than the speed they're using.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being.
What's going so well?
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Those butterflies have audio to them too now, so it would have been like clashing audio on top of her saying stuff, and you guys said nothing. I can't believe this betrayal. Okay, you've had some time. Tell us more about the victim.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
So Lely could be K.
Lelystad.
No,
That's a good
she pretty
start.
much confirmed that he was a voice of the same things.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Where was Lelystad, the place? How old was he? Eye color, tattoo, what did it mean? He wore his armor in bed and the shower. Do you ever see it? Could it be love that did him in? Some miraculous thing is coming, he told me. Ordered a toxicology report. Any idea what it'll show us? Oh, she'll know exactly what it'll show us. Alright, from the top. Where's Lelystad?
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Aranye. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
Political could have worth. Military man, but not a patriot?
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person, a small platoon leader, certainly not a patriot.
Kind of a shame the Comcasting had to happen when it did, because strangely enough, right, it wasn't just the internet that blanked out for a minute. It was also the Stream Deck that stopped working, so I had to like mess around with that too. Hence why the butterflies popped up and stood there for so long, because covered up some pretty cool stuff. You don't see much like a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Muindi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Orania did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though.
Does she?
I hope she loves me, too.
Well, how old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
42 was precisely what we put down onto the initial autopsy form too.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points sound good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
I did not know this was a competition, Kim.
It isn't. Police work is a cooperative sport.
Ah, of course. That's why we got separate scores we're competing against. His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
One of the lines that really stuck with me from Witcher 2 is over in Flotsam. They're having some party with Leto, whatever his name. Not Leto, somebody else. That guy in charge of Flotsam. And there's trumpets about. And Geralt talks about, oh, he's ugly. And she's like, well, ugly's good on a man, you know? And it seems like it kind of corroborates up here. She's got fondness for his extreme scarring.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Interesting. I too have stroked his hair. I probably want to keep that silent. I did it out of human kindness. I said to put brilliantine on the form to get a point.
No.
Ah! But I put it down there.
Okay, sure.
Yes!
Here you go. What else are we missing, officer?
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It's clear she liked
She liked it. Orani's map of the waterway, she liked it. Also, I was just warned that all the voices in my head were compromised. And that I shouldn't trust them around her. It was a map of his service industry? Service history?
Sure, service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
Showing off how so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
For some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Don't interrupt. Conceptualization just might be, but let her keep going.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
And you're the woman in this, not hypothetical.
Oh yeah.
Breakthrough imminent for the apricot chewing! Can you tell us precisely what these mean? No choice but to hand you the photo of your dead boo.
No thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Oranje needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Semenine Islands. And on other islands too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Not a very fun story. Good story, thanks. Thank you for clearing that up. Not a very fun story, is it? Give her some empathy.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
Tell me something odd. Did he enjoy his death?
Why do you ask?
Seems
Just have
unsurprised.
her answer the question. Don't give explanations.
Please answer the question. Did he enjoy the moment of his death? Feeling I have, indulge me. Came to me in an occult vision. See, Lillian, we could just be ourselves. No guessing what would she like. But Colossi here? Keep having a second guess. Just a feeling. Indulge me. Volition I could trust.
Well, it's wrong. He had too many drinks to down and too many bad things to do. Couldn't tap out just yet.
Everything checks out here. It's all A-OK. Good answer.
You say drama, but you fall for the half-truths and the lies by omissions when it comes to the Oranje disco dancer.
No, it doesn't check out. Can't you see she's clearly avoiding something here?
Was that the result of passing that volition check? It's not just, hey, by the way, your voices are messed up, but hey, now volition gets to pop in to counteract.
That's a strange thing to suggest. The lady is as fair and just.
Okay, she's avoiding something. What did we ask her? If he enjoyed the death. Too many drinks, too many bad things to do, couldn't tap out yet. Could it be love that did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
He told me himself, love did him in.
That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. Her shoulders tense up. There. She momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels guilty.
Lost control of a straight back guy. Do you feel guilty?
Of course I do. I'm hungover. I feel guilty about everything.
I don't know about that. I think you slipped. What do you feel guilty about?
Do you feel guilty about what happened to him?
Among many other things, yes.
She's so dodging.
I could have done something. There's always something he can do, right? Ask me something else.
What is this? An interrogation? You didn't tell her this was going to be an interrogation.
Something miraculous is coming, he told me.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change.
A permanent expression says, please bear with it, madam.
All right, let's see where this is going.
From way out of the northwest, he told me.
Cool.
That's it? Just cool. What if I go back? Did he enjoy his death?
Why do you...
Just have her answer the question. Don't give explanations.
Please answer the question, did he enjoy the moment of his death?
I don't think he enjoyed dying, officer. He had too much left to do.
That's pretty similar.
Everything checks out. No, That's a strange thing to suggest. The lady is as fair and just.
Toxicology report, anything show us?
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss, but we'll manage without your help for now.
What if I said that it came to me in an occult vision?
Why do you ask?
Just have her answer the question.
Wow, a mystic. How intriguing. I have no doubt this is all adequate and true. I do not doubt the signs, but maybe you're interpreting them wrong? He enjoyed life, you see. A little too much, if anything. Up to the point where other people had to pay for it.
Everything checks out. No, that's a strange thing to
Okay,
suggest.
we got nothing else in this line then.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
I don't think I got what I wanted from this, but I guess we could always go back to Titus and say, nah man, she insists. Okay, this thought is what? The apricot scented bubblegum? Is it gonna be instant death as I think back to the X something?
Apricot chewing gum scented one.
Take it away.
August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Courtship memories, but what's the damage for allowing this part of my past to return to me today? +2 perception. Okay, cool. Cause betrayal lingers everywhere. Not bad. Some of these are rather worth it. Others +4 XP for -1, -1. -1 logic for level cap raising, eh. Some of them sound cooler than they're really worth. William Le Million is pure benefit though, +1 pain threshold, and all psyche caps up. What's been disappointing? Long Way Home's disappointing. Superstar is surprisingly disappointing, but hey. Superstar cops don't really exist, gotta take the -1 to logic. Mazovian Socioeconomics. One naturally takes more left-wing answers, so we'll think the +4 builds up. But actual art degrees +10 in almost every single conversation probably outpaces it rather quickly. Fair weather feels very situational, but I don't know what situations are going to come up next. So I might want that +2 hand-eye coordination given how minuscule my hand-eye coordination is. 3 is a cap. That's as high as it gets now. Motoric's base, learn skills. That is down to items and thoughts. Finger pistol, pure benefit. Detective Costeau, pure benefit. Actual art degree. It's a good balance. Given the XP, probably, and the morale. Probably worth the -1 hand-eye coordination. Motorway South. We still have time on. 4 hours and 20 for you. 6 hours 45 to see if homosexuality really does call to Raphael.
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
That's what she said, yes.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old?
Are you suggesting, visual calculus, that under my bloating and damage I might be similarly aged? Is this gonna be like an oh god, I'm old, I'm at the gate of oblivion crisis?
How old are you?
Aha.
That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Kim, Miss, I got this, my age. Miss, how old do you think I am?
Huh. How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer. Look who's finally awake.
I don't know. 1, 2. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. How old is a newborn cop who doesn't remember he's a cop?
35 would be remarkable. I thought he was like around 50-ish, 50 to 60-ish. But given what we learned about the damage one does to a 42-year-old body and make it look 50, and the years of service this guy had, he had what? 18 years of illustrious service? And something of some kind of career before that? Yeah? I think 45 might actually be pretty close. Get us at Crisis. The Crisis of Oblivion.
You're not.
No?
Sure he is. You know, age is just a number.
Yes, but for him that number is higher than 45.
Kim has my impression from when I first started playing.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Thought gained. Date of birth generator. Okay, tell me about the date of birth generator. 7 hours. Another one with temporary research bonus of none. Face looks like it's 58, and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be, day and a century, but for how long then has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Rack those brains. Elder One, when and where were you born? Actually, that's a pretty good fit for replacing Lonely Long Way Home. To go from where did I come from to where did I come from? That's a good swap. I've got 1 extra point to spend, and I could spend it on more internalized thoughts instead of doing anything actually useful. Composure's at 6, interfacing is kind of alright. Hand-eye coordination as high as it can go, visual calculus might need some help. I could put a point into visual calculus. Maybe more into logic. Logic is kind of starting to fall behind. Why are you falling behind logic? Because you're always at 2. And I never put more points into you. -1 from thoughts. Everything in Psyche is fantastic. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna replace my Lonesome Long Way Home with, wait a minute. How old am I exactly? Date of birth generator, 7 hours, 15 minutes. Another thing we could have done by today. That's by 5 o'clock. Go back in. Dare I approach him one more time? It's only 10:10. I really must solve this case. Though I could speak to the scab leader too. Let me take a small break and talk to Cindy the Skull. See if she can't help us out with these other clowns here. Though I suppose while I'm here too, we could talk to Kuno. And see what he knows about any cryptids and phasmids.
Fuck does Kuno care?
If Kuno doesn't care, then Kuno doesn't need to know about the drugs. You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts, would you?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Yeah, Kuno's like 13, 15, that's basic knowledge.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
Oh, so he has messed with the bugs.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
No one is lame here. Tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno! You need to lawyer up!
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City? AKA the City of Rage.
Kuno, is this about Rage City?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now! They're gonna make you lame!
Stop it, see. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Okay, reaction speed,
Kuno
let's do
doesn't
that.
fucking-
Does a pig head hide phasmids? Oh, what's this? Hold on. There is a little dot of interaction on the basement door where the crypto-fascist lives. Crawling with locusts in here?
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows.
So, what possible scheme could Kuno possibly have for
Like
locusts?
skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Thank you, Kim. That's precisely what I was thinking. We're making progress.
Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
Do you think the Insulindian phasmid is nearby?
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist.
What if it's hiding behind the pig's head right now?
But what do I know?
We should have Kuno.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
That's not just sarcasm. We've got away with Kuno now that Kuno's our friend. Kuno, you can't deny it. We found the bugs.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I know you took the locust or the traps that cryptozoologists set up because there's no place else in the entire coast where you can get locusts.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
Then you are under arrest for bug possession?
So it wasn't a phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
I was really hoping it would be the Reed phasmid that ate the locust, not you, Kuno. You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, but then you go and build a whole bug town. You have?
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts.
Aww.
Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
He's got a science interest. He's got a habitat for the bugs. Make a little city for them.
Stop!
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the Night City he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
So that's Night City.
Yeah, Locust City. City of Rage. City of Lights.
That is so cute. Some kids have Legos. He's got Bug City.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
Is this going to be what separates Kunoesi from Kuno? City of Rage is not such a cool place. Are you some kind of bug artist now? Some kind of artist? City of Rage sounds cool.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're
An artist? Maybe I am an artist.
Oh, he admits to it.
Everyone, I'm a fucking artist now.
We are spreading art in the world by encouraging this child's pursuits.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno Kuno.
He's rising out of the muck. You said I. Nod, making art's a worthy calling. I'm something of an artist myself. Listen to your friend Kuno, art's lame as hell. I'm not gonna call it off. Either one of these sounds terrible. I'm gonna support him. I'm an artist too, which makes it uncool, but who cares? Artists don't care. Make that art, express yourself.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
Tears at the buttons of his shirt. They don't give him. Oh, his little limp noodly arms can't even rip shirt buttons.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Kuno could wash his own mouth out with soap.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. So that's what this is about.
I mean, yeah, Kuno Esi doesn't want to be taken away from Kuno. That's fine. Maybe she needs a youth center too. And once she cleans up, they could be mutually supportive and not bad influences for each other. That depends on the choices you make, young lady. Me and Kuno discussed this. I promise I wouldn't do that. I'll reassure them. They're kids after all. They're just astray. But Kuno's got his bugs. It's a positive hobby of his. That's already driving a wedge between her influence and him.
I don't believe you.
Disappears entirely.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
Oh no, is that the mononucleosis?
Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
Okay, control of the situation. I need you to stop taking locusts for the trap. Cryptozoologists try to find something very important. Those locusts are bait. Bait could be cool, Kuno. What does the city of locusts mean? What's gonna happen to the locusts? If it wasn't for the voice of authority, I'd just go like 2 or something, build some rapport, get him to open the doors for me. He's got his own locusts, though. He's got a whole city of locusts. He can be fine with that. I need you to stop taking the locusts or the traps. They belong to the cryptozoologists.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
Aww.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
So, what does City of Locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pigs, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
Well, it's an outlet. He found himself an outlet. He could find a new outlet. What's gonna happen to the locusts now?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts
Aww.
die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Oh my goodness. He's lost one focus. We can give him a new obsession. The Insulindian Phasmid. Ah, the seed is planted.
He recognizes the name.
You know the Insulindian Phasmid?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture has changed. Slowed down, like clockwork unwinding. There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Who knows? Gonna make himself a little cryptozoologist? What else is he going to do? With a small break to talk to Kuno. And what else? Maybe Joyce has some information now that we... What's this? He's got a thought in his head.
There. Do you smell that?
The smell of communism for the tenement?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Take a deep breath. Are you saying there's a communist nearby? He is, but take in the odor.
What do you smell? The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater.
Right, Cindy, that's right.
Arthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea. But then the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents. An acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Everything in order, detective?
Out of a personal errand, I'm smelling for communists. I'm working on developing my political consciousness. There you go, that's the answer.
You're developing your... You know what? I'll just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
Game as supportive as always.
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The smell is undeniable, and it's coming from that balcony up there.
Are you sure? Because you're kind of equidistant between Cindy and Joyce on her boat. Maybe Joyce is our true communist ally. No, Cindy.
Certainement. A precocious communist youth. A symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters. A chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought.
Okay, it's only 10:30. I can get a quick little detour down to Joyce, see if she's got any new dialogue options.
You're back.
She does not. Like, we could talk about the tattoos, but I don't think there's anything new that we were given that she could illuminate on. Joyce gave the literal meaning. Classy gave the important meaning. There's balcony. Alright, we got a couple of skulls to be. And we also got communism. Any of these to get better odds for the paintbrush.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
3% for conceptualization. Those two guys send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
So they're in now?
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
They hold you in high esteem, they're afraid of you. Maybe it's just skull solidarity. I made up, said their best, but I did talk to them. They hold you in high esteem.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Aww. Skulls are cool though, could I be a skull?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
If she's telling me to revitalize the neighborhood, could she give me the paintbrush so I can do just that? How's that?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something.
Because
in the
there is a
distance.
wall that I need to put my mark on.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often,
You might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency.
Cindy, I agree, hardcore, I'm all for that. So why don't you hand me the paintbrush, and we'll set this place alight.
This
with
place
paints.
is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
She actually sees the police having a necessary role in breaking the boredom in her worldview. Okay, anyway, sister, let's talk politics for a commune for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
Looking for comrades to help me fight the great Amazovian sausage grinder will you help me. My nose told me you're also a communist who joined forces. Searching for a bunch of mole people. Nah, it's all the sausage grinder.
The girl erupts in a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older woman.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
No, the bourgeoisie. That's what we did talk about. I don't know what someone's making sausages out of. Don't worry, Kim. I would never make you into a sausage. Gonna make juicy sausage links out of the entire 41st precinct. Kim, don't worry. I would never make you a sausage.
It was not a concern of mine.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk the ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban,
Who's the bad?
a right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Where do we find him?
I might. No.
Won't tell me.
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Is it money you want? 5 real. Should just give up, then nothing ever works out for me? Or just tell me what you want me to do.
A wicked grin extends across her face.
I don't mind doing errands for Cindy. Her heart's in the right
A
place.
laughing skull. Death hilarious. This is gonna be bad.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Not oinking for you. This is no way to treat your revolutionary brother. I'll give a token. Some token apprehension to it. Some token resistance.
Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
Oh, now it's reluctantly. There was with gusto. And with gusto turned into reluctantly. Oink. Oink.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
I kept some dignity.
It's not the worst indignity you've suffered the last several days, but it is up there.
Oh no, oh no. I think that his little party for one on Sunday night was an even worse indignity. No. That's up there. Everything leading up to that party for one.
The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching. So Steban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight.
And because we've got lots of stuff done already, we got plenty of time.
Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Cool. What else can you tell me about this Staban?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing. The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
What? Is she daring to suggest that half my endeavors have been performative for the sake of seeing what gives a +4 experience bonus? Why do I think there's a catch?
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Does she know the passphrase? She knows Stepan. She knows the meetings take place tonight. She knows a lot. Does she know the passphrase too?
Sure, I do. Steban trusts me.
But she's not gonna tell me.
Why would I? That would be so boring. Now, let's see if you're half as dedicated a communist as you say you are.
The real task then. The oinking was nothing. What's it going to be? Is it painting? Could have had the paintbrush to prove it.
That's enough. Off with you then.
Still only 3%, but I could only do it once. It'd be boring to tell me. Talk to Titus. Find the passphrase. Oh. I haven't got it. Also, this door is white now. Did she lock her door? Oh, that's a gate. Nothing that equipped this to impress myself. There, I have impressed myself. Pry bar time? Maybe this could function as a better pry bar? Still no, okay. Remarkably, she doesn't just keep the password in her room. Martin Martinet lives here. Maybe he is enough of an ally to know the password. Maybe the old lady hears it about once in a while.
Give me a moment.
Do you know anything about a secret meeting happening tonight?
What? No.
Unusual
Nobody tells me
activity
anything.
after 2200.
If it ain't my business, I'll keep my nose out of it. Think we'd all be better off if people kept their noses to themselves. Ask away, policeman.
Foreclosed apartment, hole in the wall, mailbox overflowing. Uno de Reuter. Oh yeah, tell us about Kuno's dad.
I don't want to talk about DeWeeters. Addicts, all of them. And sometimes I hear them screaming. They don't like me cleaning behind their door. Think I'm listening in on their fights.
We saw unpaid utility bills. Aren't they going to be evicted?
No one likes them in this building. It's only because of the kids they haven't been thrown out. I
Merciful.
don't like talking about those people.
What about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them.
She's
Still,
beautifying them, miss.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Who lives at the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Okay, why is there a hole in the wall of the abandoned apartment?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
You don't know anything about anyone, do
Look how
you?
small these rooms are. Wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
And the overflowing mailbox is a vacation?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Right, you haven't seen
She
anything.
mumbles some kind of a response.
That's my small break away from the investigation. Why don't we stop by the motor carriage again? Because I do want to call on the radio. What's this? Something down there. Flashlight. Maybe a flashlight to illuminate? No? Nothing? Maybe it hints to going to the basement under this building. But sadly I've seen no connection between the basement and any other tunnels or passages.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld together.
Why am I thinking about this?
Do something important? Something murder related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
Is this going to be a thought devoted to the admiration of all things cool and motors and engines?
Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kinema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
That machine puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool. I don't like a machine, Lieutenant. It's impractical. A motor carriage, one of many. Motor carriages don't interest me. It's very cool.
You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing? Point to the engine. What in there made the infernal whining sound that woke me? A fine machine? What's it packing? Tell me about the engine.
130.
Is that a lot?
reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
What's that? 7-liter V12?
7.2.
Ooh.
Supercharged.
Oh.
Saying these
Is that
words
standard?
brings him immense joy.
What inside made the whining sound? Is that just a klaxon?
You mean the coil noise?
What's a coil noise?
When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine, it causes vibration in the wires and the cores of the coils. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration creates the whiny sound you mentioned.
Whatever you do, don't make fun of the lieutenant for explaining this to you.
You were such a binocular? No. How do you know all this? Wow, admire his knowledge. His expertise.
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You inevitably pick up some knowledge on the way.
There's pride in there. A trained driver knows his ride.
And a fine machine it is.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Well, we force him to sell the hubcaps he's gonna put onto it, so he can only be modest.
It's a bit girly right now.
Is it?
Fit it with some proper off-road components.
We need to slam it, kid, make it more imposing. With a winch and mud tires. We could take it off the beaten path. I would take that advice from Raphael here, who in his harry life drove his own motor carriage into the sea. We need to slam it, kid, make it more imposing.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Drop the ride 200 mil. Get the chamber to frosty minuses.
No, that's porno tuning.
Yeah? What about the spinners I had you sell?
Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What you're suggesting is porno.
Okay, kid. Take me into your world. Explain.
Porno. That's short for pornography.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
So what's wrong with pornography? Pornography is something completely different, Kim. Alright, maybe I did get a bit porny there. What's wrong with pornography? So it evokes arousal in him to see his own vehicle, to work on it. Isn't that just another form of pride in the maintenance that he does on it?
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
No one in the history of convictions has been more sure of anything.
Yeah, alright, we said our piece. At least you got to talk cars with him for a bit.
Inside, you see a set of steering
Just
levers,
give me my
a radio
options.
microphone, a puller.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Anything but the armor boots yet.
Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Give it. Let's get his name.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
I was born ready, baby. Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaire.
Cortenaire, Cordy.
Ellis Kortenaire.
Yeah, that's three of the same letters.
He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February 09.
Neonatal care unit?
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an
Ooh.
abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
According to Klasia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's because he was fostered.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Olanese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict.
Before the Seminese conflict. Well, that's his service with the Olanese forces. His mercenary career could have taken him there.
Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
All we have connected to Crenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
Info to foster parents.
None, officer. Sorry.
And he was found in a leaf compactor. Time for gossip now.
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Well, that's it. Maybe you could talk to Classy one more time with this.
The name. This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
New skill.
This means something to him. To know that name. Like naming a case. It's important. Sometimes police work is about human dignity. About giving back names to anonymous victims.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
I don't see any reason to call Sylvia again unless to tell her, hey, by the way, we fixed the bird. Alright, bye, Alice.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of...
Let me quickly see, though, if the saber can't count as a better pry bar. I should also turn off that bridge now that nobody's
Only
using
the
it.
red cable somewhere. A machine hums along with the current. Happy and contented.
Unplugged.
Something close to you dies with a...
Why
There we
did you
go.
do that?
No, that's the wrong one. Red one is a polar bear. The color of immeasurable
The
cosmos.
lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Unplug the bear.
An electric sizzle. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a
No,
good
saber
grip.
cat as a
No.
pry bar.
If you want to try again,
Equip the pry.
The thing is, though, the pry bar is not going to be good enough.
this orange machine is dead still.
Pry bar
It
is
has
not
a
strong
hand-cranked
enough.
Ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
This anti-reroll die is giving a +1 to lots of things. Which makes you think I want to buy more dice for more +1s. With an anti-reroll, that's 2 not for this one. A flashlight back, please.
The bear's eyes are dead.
And sadly, no other way to the Rolling's basement. How do I buy a jackhammer? A jackhammer on the way across.
A few bricks have fallen off.
Okay, back to investigation, then we'll talk to Class C again. See if what we found doesn't illuminate anything, and if not, talk to Titus. But we also have more information that we could bring to the not actually a scab leader.
There it is again. That spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor. And it smells like
Communism!
heavy fuel oil, mostly. Because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
Close your eyes. Take it in.
Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-like lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Still smelling for communists, detective?
Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Well, I'll be over here when you've finished.
His impatience is feigned. He's curious to see how this personal errand shakes out. What the lieutenant thinks is irrelevant. Your politico-olfactory
Manana.
cortex is lighting
Manana's
up
an
like
ally?
a holiday display. Look, it's pointing you right to that railing over there.
You mean from Manana?
Yes, now's your chance to establish contact.
Before I do. Well, if I start interviewing this guy, it's gonna take forever. I guess I could spare a second for Manana. Maybe he knows a password?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Attempt to establish contact. Listen, brother. There is something important I need to talk to you about.
What's that, boy?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
Insinuate.
Hold on. This isn't a man who goes in for subterfuge. He prefers someone who'll look him in the eye and say exactly what's on his mind.
Okay, rhetoric is saying all communists do this. Composure's saying, wait, no, Manana does that. Okay. I'm gonna trust composure. I'm gonna trust Manana, who's been straightforward with this before. Looking for someone, for some people to figure out how to really grind a sausage, if you know what I mean. We haven't finished internalizing the homosexual underground yet. It involves our mutual friend Cross. Oh, Antlers, Cross. Investigating peculiar smell with revolutionary implications. Kabbalah mole people. Cell of radical communists operating in Martinique. Can you help me find them? Okay, that sounds like a cop. That sounds like I'm gonna bust down the door and take names. Our mutual friend Cross with the Antlers.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Gran.
Okay, fine. Communists. Could you help me out with the communists?
Now that is an important subject, but also a sensitive one. Still, good of you to just come straight out with it. No beating around the bush.
Yes, he certainly has a way of just coming out and saying things that normal people wouldn't.
So you've given up carping and now you're hunting comunistas.
Hunting
Care to say why?
communistas? I'm not hunting communists. I'm trying to get organized by them. On a sort of quest to develop my political potential and need their help. Yes, I need their help for my developmental growth. To be a mutual growth togetherness thing.
A fellow plains roamer. in
There you
search of
go.
Greater understanding. A classic story. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
I know you said you're not really a communist, but aren't you actually a communist? You smell just like a communist. Let's get all hung up on semantics and trying to fit the great kaleidoscope of human systems and experiences into one very narrow box.
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist, but there's definitely some communistic residue about him.
Ah, but you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
Honestly, I prefer Manana's type over the arguing ideology types. What's an ideologo? You know what they are, they watch podcasts all day. They pretend theory is the end all. Was his name Staban by chance?
Didn't say anything about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter?
So, how do you define ideologo?
You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
How'd you meet him?
It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Sarameritian style.
Bright white jacket type. Suddenly I have doubts.
He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
When you say extra physical, you mean like injustices built into the built environment? And how to better develop and support urban communities for a better equality in services and like getting about, not just paving over some poor neighborhood to put freeways, that kind of thing, by physical branch. It sounds like they tried to recruit you to the homosexual underground. What'd you tell him? An extremely cool way to establish contact. Wish I thought of that.
Yeah, it was alright. A little like something out of a Vespertine spy novel, but I must respect the effort.
How do I find this guy?
I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said,
The password?
"Remember Dobrava and Abadanais."
Dobrava and Abadanais. The game might in turn remember this. The game's gonna in turn remember this. But I want to make a note for myself, just in case it gives me like 4 similar options. Which I definitely would not put past it. Dobrava. Abadanais. You got that, Kim?
And then he was gone.
Who are Dobrava and Abadanais?
I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
What do you think it means?
Been wondering about that myself.
3 clicks to get it to go.
Some comunista inside talk with me. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows to see the logo personally.
Kim, is it you? Do you know?
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase.
What was it
you
about?
mentioned earlier.
Good thinking, Kim.
The lieutenant nods.
Gonna make a real communist out of you yet?
Just in time. The faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair. I salute you, boyans, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
The man whispers a jaunty tune.
Okay. Now let's talk to. Let's go on down. And make some friends with a violent mercenary. With who knows how many guns.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines? Might be able to help me decipher some tattoos, just come out with it. Either one's gonna be bad, but I feel like tattoos worth. Do it.
Don't think so. Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
They were on the body of the man who was hanged behind the cafeteria there. Give him the photo. It was on your colonel. Give him the photo. All these give him the photos. We're investigating a murder. The tattoos are on the victim's body. It was on your colonel.
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone. But beneath it,
What do we see? The quiver of emotion? Rage?
you see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melted skin and hair. Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths? Can we do something about these slurs everyone's throwing about?
Yeah,
Okay, alright. So, tell me about the tattoos.
What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Take the photo back. What happened here is rip, rip, rip throat. It's okay, I gotta say, I don't mind cheating if he rips up my evidence. Tell us what happened.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush in Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
with some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
No backing off. Take it all in.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon. At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
This really isn't useful. He could be trying to throw me off my game, trying to disturb me. Why tell me this story? I'm sure he's got millions of stories of a similar nature.
She was quite the entertainment. For the week she lasted, expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them.
And he laughs.
Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
So, not so scab leader. What's the moral of the story again?
Something stirs in your stomach.
Composure check, keep it cool.
The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
You're not really a scab leader. You think? Evil.
You bet it was.
What is evil? Even in our tabula rasa mental state, we got a sense for it. You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
Okay. Asking all the obvious questions. You're not really a scab leader, aren't you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Well, as long as you're being forthcoming, give me a philosophy lesson. What is evil?
It's just nature. This guy used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place.
If you say so. So, picture back.
Go ahead. All right, now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
So that wasn't so bad. Joyce making it sound like if I swing this picture around, it's gonna be my funeral.
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
So, no point hiding it. Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Free flow of commerce!
Say very quietly. Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking wrong.
You hear a tiny rattle, a small radio, cracking somewhere. An earpiece. I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
Can we delay it? Can we find the water chip and buy more time?
How about fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
Well, I have no choice, there's no other option but to back off.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow.
Okay, so I got what I could out of them. I got a password for 10 o'clock tonight. And since Raphael still wants to be self-destructive, maybe the Pale Rider's got cigarettes.
The woman, look, girl child, you...
Huh? What is
No
it?
cigarettes? Okay. And no need to stay here. If I have to bum cigarettes, I don't want racist cigarettes. So maybe this cool guy down here?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Nah, he doesn't have cigarettes either, just gotta buy my own. Actually gotta buy my own, how awful. Relay word from Cindy? Can we?
That ride is fucking lightning.
Hey, piss. Look who it is. Shrunken cophead material.
Still only 28% half-light. We'll be here tomorrow. I'll have other opportunities. How's my thoughts? Is there any other thoughts I want to replace? Because we got what now? Wumpty doll, magnesium, honor glands. Nothing else new. Nothing else new. So just gotta wait for this, this, and that to finish up. Just under 3 hours from Motorway South. Alright, in that case, back to investigation. And I guess I could tell them about Uno stealing bugs.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is.
Not necessary,
I know
it was
you're
kids.
skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
Kuno, promise to stop stealing the locust.
So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry.
That this time we had the excuse of a child. The next time, if the traps come out empty, they might have to admit their bug doesn't exist.
Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locusts. It's something else.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Maybe you could find something that isn't there.
He has a 38-degree fever.
Oh no.
His resilience has given way.
38 degrees Celsius. 38's high. That's not good, man.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
If the phasmid is here, if it does exist, they don't have to catch it right now. They could take a break, then come back in the spring. What is the spring? In the summer, maybe? When the weather turns a bit warmer?
You're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
Exactly. And from everything they've told me, the phasmid prefers hot weather. So why even come when it's still slurrying out?
There won't be a next season. Not for this.
Oh, come on.
Phasmid or admit defeat, people.
Come on, Authority. The phasmid prefers the heat. Spring's the wrong time for it. I'm gonna get the feeling this is costing me time on my own main investigation. It's not worth risking your health. Call it a day, go home, refuse. I'd offer to help, but I have my own thing to do, refuse. Damn it, maybe I could still restock the trap for you, accept. Come too far to quit. I'm going to restock the trap, let's do this! Accept it enthusiastically.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we?
Enthusiastically, Kim.
It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
See, this is our civic responsibility as cops. We are keeping this elderly couple from giving themselves pneumonia. They could rest here where it's warm, where the borscht has no more vodka, but might have traces of human flesh. But they're not gonna get sick from exposure.
He wants to see this tale through as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out after this.
Really? It's too much, officer.
New task. Find the Insulindian phasmid.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh fractured locust. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but,
What, I can't have co-authorship?
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd show them all. This does tingle the pleasure center.
Look, let me just be fair here. If I'm going to be doing some of this work, we need equal credit. You could have the first two names. Lena, what's your name again? Morel? Lena and Morel, and then Raphael?
This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off easy. He won't forget it. We'll make sure he won't.
I could have fined him for $250 or so. He's lucky I got generous. I wanted the armor. I didn't want to risk not getting the armor if I find him. He's like, but officer, I already paid you. I'll get going then. We'll double check with Classy first, then back down to Titus. Oh, I wonder, what if I could use a saber to pry open this door? Probably can't either.
The same small, heavy door.
Physical
No
instrument to
lock
kick it
sight.
in. Okay, Classy. Anything else going on here?
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions. Pertaining.
Yes, miss. I hope you don't mind.
Run the serial numbers of the booths, we know his name.
Good for you.
I bet you're playing aloof because you really want to know really badly. His name was Ellis. Ellis Courtenaire. We could play games, or I could throw it out.
Sounds oddly feminine.
Well, that's that then.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully.
Nothing new with her, but we got 5 XP. And maybe once it hits noontime, we'll go ahead and grab those nets, those traps.
It's you again. What is it?
Found someone who saw the hanging, a witness. Talked to Classy about the tape. Classy first, and we'll talk about that.
And
he tenses immediately. Chest tightens, jaw sets, ready for another blow.
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
I don't agree that it's just locker room talk. That it can be evidence. Dark stuff, but didn't prove anything, and didn't change her mind. That is true. It is dark, and while it could tie to stuff, it's not proof in and of itself alone, and didn't change her mind. And that's pretty weighty. It was bad. Honestly, I expected to have more effect. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus. That's what it boils down to. She laughed off the tape.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal.
It didn't even come as a surprise, and she wasn't scared. It made her nostalgic. Ooh. Good and better. She seemed turned on by the whole door gunning thing. Titus, she said she would like to be a little door gunner herself if she could. Oh, these are all fantastic for what we're trying to do here. This is personal. I wanted to hurt them. It made her nostalgic. It turned her on. Kicked straight for the machismo. She seemed turned on by the whole door gunning thing.
Yes, In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore. Alright, all fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
He's definitely lost his composure roles.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen?
Well, it kind of puts a massive hole in the idea that the hanging... His whole thing was that the hanging was mob justice, but justice all the same. For the mercenary coming in and raping somebody. He admits to the murder, but claims there was that justification. And now there is no justification, just his confession to murder. That's what I think this means. So if he is covering up for someone or something, he might want to start telling the truth.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
This is personal, you had feelings for her. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Maybe she's still in denial. Or wrap it up. I don't have to say everything, mix and match. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
Titus, she has my whole skill set compromised. She's some kind of a pro. What skill set? This is the group who saw me break down and put a gun in my mouth. I don't know, she's a model, she won a pageant. She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenary well enough. She's a hardcore party girl with bigger death wish than mine. I guess you do know her then. She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenaries well enough. She's a pro. She has my whole skill set compromised.
What kind of pro? Y'all saying she's a hooker?
He's got his one track mind. His own electrochemistry has a points value of 20.
No, he's not seeing that. Forget about it.
What if I say instead the other good option, that she's not helpless, she handled the mercenary well?
Nah. Handled him? She got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of.
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
I think this is personal for you. You had feelings for her.
Yeah, they're all queers. Can't bump, hard fist, or anything.
That doesn't match the text though. I think somebody's got his wires crossed. Everyone's got feelings for each other. Where you going?
It's alright, Glenn. I just thought, I thought anyone would come around if they heard that shit. Apparently I was wrong.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
You wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic, or else you might antagonize him.
What would that change though? His chances for her? But that doesn't change anything for me in my investigation.
I just got too worked up. Big man lost his shit. It's cool now.
Be straight then, what really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
Okay. Yes, he told us, that's the truth. I believe that's the truth. But then why? And when did you kill him? Who shot him?
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
This is like 3 days of interrogating these guys. We're finally making headway.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
I'll add that to the to-do list, but back to the murder?
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Be that as it may, there is a tribunal of mercenaries going on who want the head. and there was a murder, we need a head too. And as it stands, Titus does appear to be the head honcho of this group. They want to split culpability, so we can't take any one person in. We had to take any one person in, it wouldn't be Titus.
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Cafeteria manager.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Convinced Titus is being manipulated? Rhetoric is only 4 against a godly check, but it's 92% because strange reaction to bullet. Everard asked for cooperation, compromised skill set is known. Understood why he's upset. Angus can't take the pressure, Angus is finally coming back to it. Tribunal warned, 8th party discussed. Confronted about the drug trade. We haven't even brought up the 8th party yet, is all this gonna come down to? Could I make it 100 if we bring up the witness who saw the hanging?
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
Martin Martinet, did you recognize the true value of this witness, or I brushed him off as a guy who saw nothing? 'Cause he's not local. And thus doesn't know our ways. Our ways to shut up, be quiet, turn off the lights, draw the curtains closed, and talk to nobody.
That's just tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already roll on the others. And he's in witness protection.
My witness isn't local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised.
Charles Villadrine, high-ranking government official from Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B. Would he even believe that though? Because what would a high-ranking government official be doing in Rue Saint-Ghislain, 33B? What would he be doing indeed, Martin Martinet? Let's put a name to it. Bring some receipts.
You can almost see the blood curdle in the lieutenant's veins. Miraculously, he remains silent. Not only his name, but his address. You are a goddamn menace.
Darn right I am.
So, some moral intern crony. What'd he tell you? I bet he had a dead hooker situation. If he came to Martinez.
The witness said the hanging went down very quietly, no shouting, no commotion, and that was the most valuable thing that he gave us. That it was weird. 2 people, Europagite descent, 1 mask, that means nothing to me. Like a surreal play. There was no shouting, no commotion. For a lynching, it was very...
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
I'd imagine you guys drinking and singing songs, lynching songs. What's with the funeral silence?
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Clearly sobered you up.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
The witness said he saw 2 people of Europagite descent, 1 mask.
Arabagite? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there.
Witness said it all looked like a real surreal play. It's like a surreal play. But right now, I'm kind of feeling a bit of regret, because Sunday guy isn't gone yet, is he? His place could get thrashed. He's out the door. He said he was leaving. They can't touch him from all the way across the sea.
That means absolutely nothing to me. Sounds like some made-up horse shit.
Okay, this gets nothing, but I put some thoughts into their
The whole
head.
scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
Like it was acted. They're putting on a performance. But there's no celebration or rowdiness that you normally get in a lynching.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
They wanted people to see, but the murder had already happened, so there wasn't any struggle, any, like, reason to be raucous.
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
About the witness?
Yes, enough of Charles Villedrouin from Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B.
He's got it committed to memory.
An almost inaudible whisper from the lieutenant. Damn.
I kind of want to reload just to avoid
So
that.
much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info.
Where's my rhetoric? It's off the charts.
It's you again. What is it?
It's still off the charts. I'm going to assume it gave 100%.
Convince Titus he's being
22
manipulated.
against 16.
He should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
And yet, rhetoric. And yet.
But you know someone who might.
That's it. Case closed. Going home, Kim. What if this boy's will? Angus, right? So, if we just act tough like we know the answer, Angus is gonna speak up?
Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Glazier. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility.
Thanks, rhetoric. Alright, case closed. Let's go home, Kim. Okay, more than classy. Forget classy. These men, Martinet, their district, their responsibility. Got it, got it, got it.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinet, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. Or because
you're a foreigner, you work for the wrong people, because they like killing. We've got a pretty diverse crowd here. I don't think him being Oranje would have been the deciding factor. Because they like killing.
Yeah, we liked it. It was fun, wasn't it, guys? We had a great time.
Making light of the responsibility of being the local government enforcement.
It wasn't for your fucking entertainment, Dennis.
they kill you because they think it's funny.
They hang you like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember. They just hang you, shoot you, light you on fire. They don't care. I like these two, but there was no fire. They want to embellish, or just the facts, Raphael. Hang, shoot, whatever. They don't care. They don't remember.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Rhetoric interrupted. You could get past right now.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Turn to Angus. Put more pressure on that weak knee. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason. Look at Kim first. No. Gotta be aggressive for this one.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Yeah, it's okay, Angus. It's already out. Take a deep breath. You get all the time in the world now.
Shut up, Angus?
He was dead before you hanged him. Day 1 theory confirmed.
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
It's too late. It's in the notebook. It's in your permanent record. Principal is gonna call you in after school.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
And I've already got a confession.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment.
So graciously.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm
Oh
sorry.
no. Angus. Angus, you gotta confess before you die.
Why are you so fucking fat? Angus?
Liz, Z, you're supposed to be the
Now it's all
council.
pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
So who's this her? Are you gonna get the 8th Hardy girl now?
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
There's the 8th Hardy girl. Lillian all along.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
I'm sorry I made you guys fight. Forget that. Not just avoid sorry cop, but we earned this moment. Kim, we did it.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
And all it took was, outing whoever that guy was with, what was it, the Marlin intern or something like that? Who cares about them? You didn't kill him, he was already dead. Who killed the merc then? Any leads? Whose idea was it to hang him? Hers? First, you didn't kill him.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Why? Because this 8th Hardy is so important to you. Who is she to be so important?
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
They?
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Gotta keep an open mind. Harry had a very similar bender to Carty. It's entirely possible that after weeks of partying and boozing and belligerency, that he put his own gun into his mouth, as Harry has done numerous times. Or it could be self-defense. He was partying, he was sexually aggressive, and it could be Classy wasn't enough. What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How do you know? If it was with Classy, could have been suicide or machismo gone wrong. If there's somebody else involved, could be self-defense instead.
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
I will say that for whatever else Titus is, it's kind of nice that he's so tender with Angus. Actually cares about his well-being, mentally and physically. Keeps backing him up. So Angus aside, what happened?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking.
Success medium. Or rhetoric success I mean. Yeah?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged.
Tibbs is the 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother.
Oh.
He's in the window replacement business.
Oh yeah, didn't we see a Tibbs window replacement in the other building? That's still in business? I thought that went out. Or was that a different window replacement business?
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
If Classy didn't kill him, why the cover up? Because of the next question, who did?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
Is it Sylvie? Could it be Sylvie's the 8th Hardy after all? And not only did some super belligerent, super drunk, super sexually aggressive, but a lightly mercenary just terrorize his entire place for a week straight and then died violently, but then we come in do exactly the same. When she just got over a murder, possibly in self-defense. Now, it wouldn't be Sylvie. Sylvie's somebody else. There's a mysterious lorry driver. Sylvie seems like a feature. Recently replaced by Gart, because has to be, given the situation here, but lorry driver's somebody else. Special training for something shady?
Oh, you meant that kind of training, like a spy. Maybe. Kind of people who are after her. I guess she'd have to be.
And who is it who's after her?
They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
Is that why Mr. 33B, Sunday friend, moral intern, was in 33B? Maybe he wasn't just some bureaucrat. He was giving a lot of non-answers. Everything we asked about who he is, why he's here, what he's doing, was just talking completely around in circles. Exactly like somebody who doesn't want to give any answers. You'd think, of course, it's because he's a moral intern. He's from the bigwigs across the sea. What senator or other high-up politician doesn't, or what wants to be caught mingling with their Sunday friend? But nah, what if this is more like their own investigative or espionage stuff?
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And we gave him a little crumb more?
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Fine. Doesn't want to scroll up, I won't make it scroll up. So who killed the merc then?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
From outside behind the window somewhere. It could be the mercenaries themselves. This is kind of a low caliber bullet, but it is from a professional rifle, not like anything these guys have here. It would have to be a remarkable shot though. I was thinking if the guy was shot, there's no way it would have been inside, because the exit wound was almost non-existent. The bullet was lodged inside the interior of his skull among the crenellations. So, unless some tiny, tiny microscopic bit of shrapnel escaped from his scalp and smashed the window, they cleaned up the place so we don't get these clues for ourselves. But came him outside, and then hits him in the mouth, through the roof of the back of his throat. That is a remarkable trick shot. Which means it would be somebody who has the +2 hand-eye coordination for enemies in FT 500 armor, and knows it inside and out. And Classy said that he never takes the armor off, wears it in bed, wears it in the shower. I was willing to take Titus in if he couldn't get anybody else. but it started to seem that the murder was coming from inside the house. No wonder Classy was so messed up then. They were probably partying it up still. He's in full battle rattle, full armor, boots, the chest piece, the gloves, the helmet. He's got his mouth open in ecstasy or something. And then, out of nowhere, window shatters, he jerks and goes limp. That'd explain a lot. That would. But what's Titus thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
His, I'm thinking. Unless it's a remarkable coincidental shot, or it's someone chasing Classy, tried to shoot for her, and by absolute chance rolled double sixes, and got a bystander in the back of the throat from a laying down position, so I don't know. I think it was him.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Clausia. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
If it was a shot for the Merc, they would have known exactly where and how to shoot him. If it was just a shot for her and they missed and got him instead, that is remarkably lucky as far as shots go.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And he had ideas about his past too. Nobody knew.
I do.
Do ya?
One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
What if the Sunday friend is an assassin? And not just here for espionage? There were no weapons in his effects, but he might not have brought it this time?
Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's got ballistic buddies. Can we talk to him? Can we get names?
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
So who's ready to hang him? Hers or theirs?
In a manner of speaking.
Hers then?
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said girls, asked for your help. Was this the other one? I'm assuming there's 3 girls involved. Sylvie, who was on service industry staff and got traumatized for every other reason that service industry does. Classy, who was partying up at the death. And the 8th Hardy. This the 8th Hardy.
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
Confirm it for me so I can stop hurting myself.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her anyway.
You know, it's okay for her to be a Hardy girl, Titus. Or misunderstood? Could you tell me anything about her? Name, current location, ASL? You're going to stonewall me if I ask more about her, aren't you? You probably will. So let's at least build rapport. You do know it's okay for there to be an 8th Hardy girl. For there to be a Hardy girl, Titus.
We're Hardy Boys. And that's it.
Titus, for everything that we've discovered, it says that you cleaned up after the previous leader of these Hardy Boys. Named it after yourself, then turned this group and this town around. This is not the time for you to delve into conservatism and hold yourself back. Can you tell me anything about her? Name, current location. If he's got a Stonewall, I won't give him the idea.
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Clausia you want to talk to.
Fine. If she could open up, then great. I'll talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
but still be kind to her, do you hear?
Still, after all this headache.
But you would still prefer we didn't take her away.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Now it's been 2 hours since Comcast has started to crash. So what I'm going to do is grab myself my mandatory union break and be back in a couple of minutes. Stretch my legs, refresh my tea. Highly recommend you guys do the same, get the blood flowing. And when we get back, Dr. Passy, and see if you can't find this 8th person in BRB. Alright, break done. Break done. Let me get back it adjusted. I did say that at noon we were going to refill these traps for the cryptozoologist's wife, cryptozoologist's husband. But there is new testimony to get. Let me put the boombox away. Seems boombox went silent anyway. Yeah. To impress myself. Lillian gave it to us, how could I possibly let go of it? Do I have any chance of...
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing
Oh,
the RCM
there it is.
stamp.
Oh, it's 74% now. Or 72. We never did get to successfully determine the type of weapon that shot this was. But I feel like you really need to. There's only a -1. We have put so many points into this. Let me quick save. Because I can't improve hand-eye coordination further. That is as far as my delirium tremens will allow. But 72 wasn't too bad. That's only 28% chance of failure. Only a little better than one quarter.
The bullet is still safely sealed away.
But it's
in
a little
plastic
less than
bag
3/4 as
bearing
we
the
succeed.
RCM stamp.
That's more quarters. Take the roll. Fail. Oh, got it!
Revolutionary period.
Revolutionary
Your bullet
period.
looks to
Oh.
be an old 4.46mm from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
So maybe it isn't the mercenaries then? If it wasn't one of their own professional weapons? Modern professional weapons?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago.
So they use an antique. A rifled antique, but still an antique.
Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
And who uses Belmargrave rifles these days?
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
I thought I had this case blown wide open. I really did. And now it's back to square one. I have no idea who did it. All we know is it wasn't Titus.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
I think I know where this bullet came from.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmargrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
And why not?
Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibiting the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzleloaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
For muzzle loaders? Like, you drop the bullet down the muzzle and then fire it? Worth what? Getting shot. Think you should have more powerful guns. We are the law. Makes you consider every shot. I like it. Law prohibits the use of breech loaders, inherited from the monarchy. Now, what does everybody else use? Revacholian. Is a BM44 a breech loader? Is that the connection? But yes, cops, do consider every shot. You don't have to go Rambo. You're not in a war zone, no matter how much you think it. And pretend every single person you meet is going to be the one that keeps you from coming home.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
And it's not just come easier, it is straight up doctrine that if you're in such a scenario, empty the magazine just to make sure. They are trained to empty the full magazine, on top of being trained to fear for their lives from 14-year-olds or younger, walking around with toy guns. That sure might look real, but a kid's a kid.
But back to the investigation.
Antique enthusiast? Could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters? Possible. Have well-armed jamrock bangers at a crossing at Martinet? Cindy the Skull, would you know anything? Something mysterious afoot? Could the victim been mixed up with foreign guerrilla fighters?
Let's find out. Next step, finding the gun itself.
5 points either way. Anything else to examine? White envelope?
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum. Underneath all this, Lillian's signature and an empty line waiting for a signee.
I could examine this to make a decision? Okay. Look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
Between the existing houses. Primarily, that means Lydia and her family, which could put them on the streets. Kim, what do you think?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
There is some other way. There is clothes. I could use my clothes to improve my logic. Look sharp to think sharp. -1 logic is gonna help me now. +1 logic. Get all the +2. +2 logics for the people. At the cost of 1 perception. Any logic boots? No logic boots. Logic ties. A horrific necktie would bring you back, but it's 1 Inland Empire as opposed to Inland Empire plus Volition. Okay, let's try it now.
You take the legal documents
92%!
out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction
Almost a
period,
70% jump off the power of clothes alone.
Underneath all this, there is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications? Look, Kim. These people are going to have to move away because of the noise. The noise would be tough on the villagers, but I guess that's just the cost of progress. Kim, they'll have to move away.
Of course, I should have seen it. Everard probably has eyes on us, but if the second signature were to be somehow wrong...
Ooh. So we could still convince What's-Her-Face to sign it. But with the knowledge that if she signs it wrong, the papers won't be correct. And so the papers have to come back to be signed correctly. To which she could say no. But by that point, we'll have our gun back. Oh, Kim, I like how you think.
He won't say it outright, but he's suggesting forgery.
You're suggesting?
Forgery, yes. It would render the document invalid.
Oh yeah, let's do this.
It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but under the circumstances, if done discreetly, it may be the only way to save what's left of the village.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded.
Both is good. How's the interfacing? 3%. Everard's people could be watching me here. Okay, so I'd have to find people to sign it who aren't Everard's, and maybe where they aren't watching us. They can't possibly be watching us from upstairs on the roof. How's my sets now? Logic is 7. Everything else seems okay except for visual calculus. Hold on, there's a thought down here. Made on 4 months of payments, dang. At 20 real a night. Lady is loaded. Unless we're taking care of her, giving it to her pro bono.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Okay, the Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
Don't look surprised, you're expecting this? Send us on a run around. You lied to us, miss. Chill, I'm the cool cop, remember? You don't look surprised, you're expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police.
It only took me 4 days. Well, they showed up in day 2, so 3 days of interrogation.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
3 days of interrogation and having a little mini breakdown and shoving my partner's gun in my mouth in front of them.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions.
Rhetoric, could I still trust you?
No, it's not good.
There you go, Volition, to my
It's
rescue.
The opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Not now, Rhetoric.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Not of
Cool.
shit I'd gotten into.
I'm satisfied with this reason. That is not a good enough reason. If that was true, she would have played along with them.
You're right. There's more.
Tell me.
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
The moral intern, who I just a few minutes ago tossed under the bus.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
Is that why you look over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern? What's the RCM's involvement with the moral intern got to do with this? Because we are their earpieces. We are the repressive state apparatus. RCM isn't the lapdog of the moral intern. It is, though. It is. It's literally the RSA. Is that why you look over your shoulders? You're afraid of them.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What'd you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill. Well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
If she was not the target, she could be right. She could just be some gal who was partying in the room with someone who had a big target on his face.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
If.
Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
What did you have to do with it? What did you do to have these people after you? What happened here the night he died? Why did you call the cops if you're hiding? When was the window changed? It's a pointless question. What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again.
Okay, she might be the target after all.
With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
The probability that the target was her increases to 68%.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewis-Duin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lewis-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
I'm sure there are people doing much worse, I'm sure there are. But that doesn't change her reality, serves them right. When I am king, the savings bank will be the first against the wall. You're right, this is bad. You destroy what people have built. That's a lot of shit you've gotten into, LMAO.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite.
Achievement unlocked, the world's most
Ordinary
laughable
people.
centrist? What?
What I did to get to accounting.
Defend the political center 7 times. If that's how they want to interpret that. I got 7 points of moralist. Ugh. I'm just making a statement of fact. Judgment aside, you got into a lot of shit, LMAO.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
See, some of these choices mean things on a narrative or personal scale or whatever else. But some of them are just quizzes, right? Just like, okay, what is your political or socio-economic affiliation? And that's kind of, I get what they're going for. But sometimes it feels pretty forced or artificial. Sometimes. Not all the time.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
In which I get a point of defend the centrist by saying sometimes, not all the times. Gotta be extreme, gotta be a caricature. If there's a up against the wall option, you gotta take the up against the wall option. Ordinary people got hurt. A lot of people got hurt. What did you do? This could be part of the case if she is the intended target of that bullet.
One of them killed themselves because of me.
That's bad. Had lived with itself. That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
By not remembering a single thing, or I don't. I don't either.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
Now, what happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
See, figured. If the shot came from the window from the outside, he would have been lying down to get the back of his throat. What exactly happened?
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could.
She was on her back, and he was vertical in a kneeling position. There is no way at all, that there could have been a mistake in the targets. That is definitely meant for him then. Unless they wanted to make an example and spook her, or get her into trouble to draw a target onto her legalistically. Which is a possibility. Maybe they couldn't or didn't want to get a shot on her. Maybe they wanted her involved in a murder case and dragged into a moral intern court. The intrigue could go that direction.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
Feeling was right earlier. He was enjoying the moment of his death. The occult vision was right. He was enjoying the moment of his death. Let's not mention it. That would happen. Be tactful. She is opening up a lot of traumatic scars to tell us all this, at great risk to herself.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
He only had his boots on. So one, he did take his armor off in bed, contrary to what you said before. So I guess he just dressed him back up for the hanging. And here I thought right, that it had to be a super talented assassin who knew the ins and outs of this piece of armor. Because she said, he wears the armor to bed, he wears the armor in the shower. So it could only be a shot through the mouth. It had to be somebody who knew. But if all he had was the boots... Lucky shot all the same. Really good shot. But could have been anywhere else.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh no, your cigarette miss. Sorry this happened to you. Are you sure you're not making this up? That's a motherfucker. We're going to need more details. Is this also going to give me a point to moralist? I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
I'll take the sorry cop point, I don't care.
She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Yeah, she was.
Not as much as usual.
Oh.
He'd done a
little
line,
bit.
plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off much more than usual.
It's important to ask. Maybe she took some afterwards to deal with this. Was drinking, then this happens. Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh yeah. I did one of his lines. Just to clear my head.
See, there you go.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
And then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them. and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't she run away? She did make it pretty clear that she keeps some money and her passport hidden, so if something happens she can flee whenever she needs to. Is this not a situation when she would need to?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people.
With these people?
This is as far as it gets.
I think this is kind of lending credence to the mercenary was the target, but only insofar as it gets her into legal trouble that is really sticky to untangle from. A trap. Basically, he was only killed to trap her, but he was deliberately chosen as said trap. That's my current running theory. What happened after you ran downstairs? Did you hear the gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
You know what? There is the dice maker's atelier. It looks out over the yard, but could it also look into this window? And any number of other offices in that building? Did you kill Laylee is a clear no. Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
And now here we are. Now that Raphael has emerged to the dead Harry corpse.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
But maybe it did. What if it did? I realize we're talking to someone who's been high off her gourd for who knows how long, and probably is suffering some paranoid effects of her inebriation. But she has a history. A history that got her in trouble with some very prominent people, so maybe. But maybe it did.
I just don't know. I don't know anything.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, is that you'll get nothing from there.
Okay, so after we went downstairs, what happened?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too.
Ruby?
They were having such a good
Ruby.
time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby? If my reaction speed didn't catch up what I caught, would I have not got to the chance to ask the very obvious question, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Titus? You mean Titus?
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was a leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Okay, do go on.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Or the 1st?
Why not?
Okay. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation.
4 months, give or
I can't
take?
leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Not to mention I spent like 5 days getting around to the body in the first place. Between Harry and Raphael.
Oops.
Oops from the visual calculus. Oh my goodness, how bad of a roll is that? It just says 7 versus 11, no actual dice. Oops. For my 1 point of visual calculus. Oh, it's too late, but I do need to improve it some. I really do. I've been saying that from the start, but I got all these other cool things I gotta put points into. My composure was dying. My hand-eye coordination was shot by how many years of drinking and partying. A bunch of other stuff had to get points put into to make up for white checks. Oops, indeed. It's too late. Consider that a spanking.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood. You know what he does.
And what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
Miss, he even wears his armor in bed in the shower, totally throwing me off my track.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do when they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
And where is Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
If she is the lorry driver, with the odd shoe, she changes her hair a lot, so we can't trust any description apart from is girl. And maybe, if she's wearing her work boots, has it worn down on the right one?
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
It's already day 4. How many letters do I have?
What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot.
Especially between broken glass and Glossier in the room. Didn't hear it, so it wasn't any place nearby.
It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Glacier.
Volition. I'm glad you have my back, but I gotta keep this open mind here. These are things to keep in mind. Why did you call the cops if you're in hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you are not. She really isn't. That's not just logic, fawning over her. She is an industrial spy who was kept on the lam for how long? So you would have us believe, but you are not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
What if it was Kunoesi? Kunoesi found by Kuno in the tenement hallway one night, shivering? What if she was made to kill, made to be the gunman? And she's working off a whole lot of traumas by turning into a ball of aggression? No.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revachol.
And then it was 4 more days of throwing stones at his body. And then an initial day to get the body down when I was sobering up with Kim.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course.
Logic and drama have both been compromised. Bullish is like, oh no, my task complete, can't be trusted anymore.
Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And it makes you sweat.
My poor Volition, everyone's bullying Volition. Okay, alright, hold on, there we go. I gotta get evidence of the bullying. Did you kill Laylee?
What? Why would I put myself through this insanity? Get myself cornered like this?
Just being thorough.
He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
It could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around. Close to her hand. A military weapon using jacketed ammunition.
I do want to know where his gun is.
Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out. When they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Okay, more screenshots. It's okay, self-defense. Desires drive people loco. He had a weapon nearby. I do want to know where the weapon was.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor.
The bullet in his head, it was jacketed, military grade. He also has a military rifle.
I don't know. His friends have rifles. Maybe those psychos did it? Coalition military have rifles. I'm not a munitions expert,
There.
and I did not shoot him.
This is over fine.
She might have been a tad disingenuous when she avoided talking about the bullet in his head before. Look who's waking up from 1,000 years of sleep.
You've lied about the bullet before. When I said he was shot, you were confused. I'm going to start this.
I've said I'm sorry. What more do you want me to say? I did my best not to lie. It didn't always work.
Desires drive people loco?
She simply shakes her head.
I don't think it was self-defense. I think she's been upfront about that. Downstairs people had the crazy idea that you killed him.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
I'm just gonna go through all the options. It's okay if you did in self-defense. I know it wasn't.
I did not kill him to defend myself from rape. I told you before. That wasn't what happened.
Gotta give myself some -1s or -10s to some future checks now.
True, sire. 'Tis true.
Like what?
Now she's exasperated. When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene.
Now visual calculus wakes up. In her bedroom inside.
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Okay, we're done here.
She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
Is it 2:41 already? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Comcast steals 10 minutes of my life, but it's already 2:41.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
If she was a flight risk, you'd run away already.
No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality.
This is so far away from police brutality. But I don't think she's running.
This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
In God's name, wake up! +3 for manipulation of skill sets, clearly lied about the bullet. The love that did him in, lied about Laylee enjoying death, lied about making the call. It's only 3%. We could smash this. Smash it!
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and willow-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first.
Fair enough, Volition, be the voice of reason.
Yes. Start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush. See?
Turn to the lieutenant. Why have we not arrested her yet? Start at the top, choose at the bottom. Okay, Kim, why have we not arrested her yet? Emphasize the word to rattle her jimmies.
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
You know, I think you didn't make the call to that station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number.
Which she said is written all over town.
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Anyone could know the number. And that someone coughed means nothing.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers. But I am now.
You sense a little hesitation there. Or maybe even fear. The stress was on the wrong syllable. Welcome to the Wake Up Club, brother.
Your real name isn't Classy Amandu.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good? You can tell me the truth then.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
You're probably not even Miss Aranya 37, are you?
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can. For lying.
The passport bullshit. The passport you keep hidden. Are you not prepared to fly at any given moment? Like you haven't?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Does it really?
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where is a buoy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds. On the coast there.
We could verify.
I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now.
There was something he perceived there. That's about where the camp with the cryptozoologists was. He perceived something, noticed something, but we couldn't do anything with it, not then. I think I know where it is.
It's useless.
Accept the task. We have to check this boy out.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. past a broken sewage pipe. Right
So,
near the water line.
Your real name then?
It's Katarzyna Lazier.
Could it mean Glazia is an acronym for Katarzyna Alazier?
Latsi? Is it an abbreviation of Katarzyna Alasie? We're making so much mental progress from waking up not knowing anything about the world, let alone ourselves.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Glazia?
Who gave you this nickname, Clausy?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago.
Aww. Finally we meet Katarzyna Alasie. I'll keep calling you Classy. I'll just call you Miss Oranje Disco Dancer. Say nothing. Finally we meet. I like the disco answer. But pleasantries time is over. She has forced me into sober cop mode. So sober cop mode is what she gets.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
What if I told you you were under arrest, Katarzyna Alasie?
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
Failure to aid a police investigation. She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case.
Anybody else?
Fucking mind games. Enough.
I always get creeped out when Half-Light comes in.
That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
I get to use all of them, right? A failure to aid a police officer. You have wasted our time. In a time-critical investigation, you misrepresented information about the case. Without the Hardy's confession, we'd know nothing. You're a suspect in a murder investigation. You're a flight risk. That is all the reason I need. You're not playing these mind games with me anymore. You're coming in. Industrial espionage. We uphold international law here in the zone of control. Stern and merciless, huh? Anything illegal? Failure to aid the police investigation? Misrepresented information crucial? Mind games? You have failed to aid us, wasted our time in a time-critical investigation. If this riot erupts, it's on her.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please no. I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
Him ignore this woman before she could say anything else. What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says,
Is she gonna get shot for saying this? There's Everett's eyes everywhere. The mercenaries still have eyes looking around. They've shot through this kill zone once before already.
Gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Ruby.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
Was it a crime of jealousy after all? Say the industrial espionage and almost everything else about her is real, and all the other facts of the case are real. And it all comes down to jealousy after all? And what is this?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
Folks, be wary of us against the world type relationships. It sounds romantic. When you're at the age when Romeo and Juliet sounds like a romance. But it's really not. It really, really isn't.
When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantically interested in you?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
It's 2 p.m. now. How close am I to finishing these thoughts? Motorway's almost done. 25 more minutes. Date of birth generator, 3.5 hours still. Homosexual underground, just under 3.
And you led her on?
Led her on. Kim, that's the wrong way to phrase it.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Sounds like she was fixated on you. Could have been. Sensationalism and guesses, what to make of this? Fixation would make sense. And maybe it wouldn't have been Ruby specifically who pulled the trigger. She was downstairs after all. But Ruby works at the Hardy Boys, and Ruby's got... Maybe has Everett and his brother as potential resources too? Everett washes his hands, but of course he would. Plus there's that whole drug thing, that whole operation, that is clearly bigger than the Union here. I think we found our dame, our femme fatale. I think she was fixated. I'm gonna buy this story. I'm gonna believe her now that we've shaken her up.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs.
If anything else, all the more reason to interrogate this woman and see what she has to say. And by then our homosexual underground might have finally been internalized. It'll be 7 o'clock by then, so I don't know. That might be too late to do a full investigation or interrogation. But if that's the angle, maybe you could buy us some brownie points.
Somehow, she knew Leslie was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
It could be. If there was no self-defense in the room, there's no reason to hide it to make it look like a lynching. The question was, after all, if there was no rape and no self-defense, why hide it? Why hide the cause of death? Sure, maybe simply because it's politically advantageous to them to string up a body of a very well-armored and very well-armed foe. Maybe it sends a message that you guys aren't invincible. Today it's your colonel, tomorrow it's the rest of you. But there was a whole show, there's a whole everything else. It's not just putting up the body, otherwise there'd be hooting, there'd be hollering, they'd be making a circus out of it.
Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there'd be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you? How could she have killed him? Through any number of networks? Any number of Martinez? Was this a threat though?
She
A confirmation.
came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it.
And this is a very layered threat. Make your life a living hell. That doesn't just mean kill your boo. Kill your boo. And get you locked up into legal trouble that you can't get out of when she knows that you're on the run, hiding from stuff. That is straight up, not just manipulative. That is holding your past and your secrets and your fears and apprehensions over your head. That is worse than abusive.
And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
And as long as she has that fear for now, I'm gonna squeeze her for all the answer juice she can give. But won't arrest her. She might be safer from any hardy attempts over in the precincts, since they're mostly at a Martinet. But I'm gonna be foolish and believe her when she says that if we put her into the system, then the moral intern across the water are going to know exactly where she is, and do just about the same, but with a more expensive bullet. How could she have killed him first?
You've been trying to kick that door down, right? Maybe it leads downstairs.
Maybe.
She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Kitchen, blue door, up, around the side, back balcony. Oh, there's a possibility. All this time I thought the blue door went down to like a basement or a series of tunnels. What if it is more like fire escape or maintenance tunnels or something to get around this building without using the customer hallways? It could be. This place is equal parts cafeteria and hotel. It's a hostel.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Not that they need this anyway, because again, Ruby is in with the Hardys, with Everart, with whatever other criminal organizations are tied to the drug running. She's got resources, of that I got no doubt.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
Thanks, that's it for Ruby?
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now.
Nah, she's not going anywhere.
Don't arrest her. Push her a bit more, but then let her off. That Ruby theory was solid. And she's beautiful.
Authority is still compromised. Who? Who's beautiful?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
That's all good, but I still think we should take you in just in case. Step in a little bit closer. Push her a bit more, then let her... Oh, you know what? This is gross, but I think Authority has dipped into the electrochemistry. He's doing the cop thing where he's going to abuse his power of authority over a vulnerable and frightened liaison. Authority is coming from her gross place. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to play those games. She has given us a fantastic lead. I'm going to back off. I don't think she's going to be a flight risk. I think she's pretty safe here and she knows it. And she's already given us loads. Gonna be satisfied with this morsel.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
And then we never see her again. Or she ends up dead. Because now the Hardy Boys know that she's squealed, that she's not following along with the script, that she's a danger to them and to Ruby.
Something tells you, you will.
What about Devil Woman?
What?
Her hand trembles. She's only pretending she didn't hear you say, Devil Woman.
You and Ruby again? It's just the same stuff,
She
right?
knows
Okay.
Same stuff? Alright, change the subject.
Slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Get back to those lies. That just loops us back to where we were, right?
Lies?
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
You guys have all eaten your fill. It just takes us back to exactly where we were before.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath.
We've depleted
as
her.
If in the presence of some tiger.
We've squeezed the lemon for all of its juice. It's done.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
Is this gonna relate to the exam thing? I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
If I had sunglasses. Looks like love did him in after all.
She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
May help the others see. Inland Empire has not been corrupted? Say nothing. Let her answer.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
Why? Because it's more fun if there's no strings attached?
Easier that way.
Uh-huh. Was it real, though? Through the haze of barbiturates and amphetamines and so on?
I don't know.
And now we can never know.
There's a nod. The smallest of nods. Real as anything.
Oh, that's it. Okay, that's cool still. And door is still stuck.
The same small, heavy door. No lock inside.
Could have deployed a physical instrument. That's only a 2. But I feel like visual calculus is a thing right now that's gonna hold me back the most. I'm at 64 points to the next experience, or the next skill point. Perception's maxed out, hand-eye coordination's maxed out. Reaction speed in a minimal 3. Hasn't failed me yet, I don't think. Let's put some more baby points into visual calculus. Oh right, the window. Gotta work the window too. Green now, it's new, it's different.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass, in and out.
Okay, it's only 58%. Are any of my clothes impeding my visual calculus? I don't think anything is. But I don't think I got too many things that help. -1 visual calculus. +1. And nothing else beyond that. Then... perception as opposed to logic. Logic is already kind of meh, so I might keep that. Shoes is composure. Hand-eye coordination isn't visual calculus. But encyclopedia should be able to take the hit. Pain thresh and half light. Visual calculus a +1 for the commander's jacket. All the more reason to be sober cop. Empathy is already amazing. What's my drama at? Drama and conceptualization being 4 sounds so weak. I like conceptualization. I'll keep my shirt untucked. Yeah, decent spread, 4 and 5, conceptualization and drama, visual calc 5. Encyclopedia 2 is how I started, that's okay. Logic 4 is not too bad. And everything else looking good? Everything else looking good, perception of 5 is pretty solid. Let's check this window out.
This window is pristine on the inside.
83%.
Unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp
And I'm gonna
reflects
fail
off
it.
the glass. Golden
Hey.
light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind.
Oh my.
In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
So that's him kneeling here. Oh my goodness, this is very artistic. And different possible angles that it could have been on. The church. From all the way at the church. So either way, we've got an angle from the church, an angle from Joyce, and a third angle, like, it's coming from who knows where. Some other island I've never been to. Maybe cuts through the building to suggest maybe through the building. Are these three the different angles here? What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
And point A prime on the roof?
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside? Maybe. And if Ruby did take the shot here, then ran down that other door there to go downstairs. Sure, Classie was freaking out, but wouldn't she have heard the stomping of footsteps as she ran to the door? The opening and slamming of said door? Should or would there be gun residue from a week ago? In the elements, in the snow?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So what, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Bell McGrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
Didn't the old lady back in the fishing village mention stuff going on at the church at night? Could the shot have come from inside the room? Apart from all the arguments against the shot being taken inside the room?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Keep that open mind, visual calc. Any other point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Do it. Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
Oh, that's a boardwalk? That's not the church? Okay. I was thinking, what if the body we found was related? But no, that's just a couple of days. That's long after the shot was taken. More precisely.
B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and
Land's
B
End
triple
too,
prime for the Islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
We haven't been to the Islet. If it was there, rip us, because can't do anything about that, I don't think. Unless Joyce can get us across. Joyce wants to lend us her schooner. So Land's End and the boardwalk. Have a look at the boardwalk. The boardwalk with its boards that are breaking through, so it's possible, right? We walk through ourselves, but it's deadly.
"700 meters away, the likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account."
What if they got into the church, though? I see the church does have a nice view. Well, wind direction and such wouldn't matter. As in, I want to think it wouldn't matter inside the church because, hey, more sealed environment, but the bullet's not in the church itself, the bullet's out there, in the interim, in which wind would matter. Land's End? A little bit closer? Is that closer or distant? I can't really tell. Brain, tell me.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of
1.2 kilometers.
Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
So, either on the roof, the boardwalk, or an islet we ourselves have not been to. The islet... What's the kilometer difference? 700 meters versus 1.2 kilometers. Okay, yeah. Unless they got, like, the best sniper in all of Elysium. How about point B?
1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. On an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle. 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Though I still think the opposite building should have windows facing there. Maybe this building blocks the church? Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinet?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk. B double prime, Land's End, and triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the
He's not
locations
used to
you
that.
single out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
It's okay. Much less than the roof, but still, we have to be thorough. Much less than the roof, of course, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one.
I don't see us getting to an islet, though.
It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Blink. Okay, so what now? We could talk to the Hardy Boys again to get Ruby. Assuming they want to speak to me. Also can't remember. 2200 hours tonight. Got the password down and everything.
Hi again, gendarme.
Nothing
Bye-bye,
else on
gendarme.
him. Okay, before we do though. Actually, I guess we're gonna go that way anyway if we're going to examine the place. Lizzie's gone. You got no lawyer here to help you out now.
It's you again. What is it?
I want Ruby. I talked to Classy. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
She's your real leader. I'm not gonna tell him that. I'm gonna level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads to Laylee's killer. I have seen her in a laudanum-induced delirium. The paranormal instincts whisper her name into my ear. I need to pin this on someone. I decided to pin this on her. He is protecting her. He is definitely not going to take to that. I suspect she killed the victim, and that's why. A civil war is brewing. The only way to prevent it is solve the murder. And that means talking to Ruby. Does he care about that though? Nominally, he is the authority here, and he says he keeps these streets clean. But he's also bullheaded and fully believes that he and his Hardy Boys could take on a bunch of battle-armored mercenaries. Suspect in another case of investigating a drug smuggling. He doesn't care about that. Gotta level with you. The next link of the chain to lead me to Laylee's killer.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Jeez. Everyone here is going to need months of mandatory online sensitivity training.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese.
Hey, Titus,
You
give her
don't
up.
even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Is it going to be a simple skill check of which I've already brought lots and lots of bonus modifiers to?
From the corner of your eye, you see
42%.
fly into the bush, right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
Is now the time. Saw the winch outside, staged like a play. Reconstructed the murder scene, found the antique rifle Colossi gave motive, and Ruby is a drug trader established. Every time you try to look out the window, it tells you now is not the time. When you fail, you take some damage, but first, through remarkable effort, I had completed a thought.
Motorway south. The lone vector stretches in your mind's eye into the wild pale yonder, for an unimaginable distance, forgetting, until you can no longer remember anything. No cities, no mountains, no oceans.
That sounds like
and
us.
finally, no vector. Nothing remains. A blank space with no point of reference, where only one type of motion is possible. The motion of a human throat swallowing, and then it comes to you. To reach the end of the motorway south is to be unborn. You've had this thought before, while aimlessly wandering the streets of Jamrock. A lost piece of the man you were. A dark hope.
All intellectual white checks and +1 in the Empire. The swallowing motion. It's not so bad. I've had worse. Still need 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Almost. My date of birth and my latent homosexuality. Okay, but first let me get the window. Window was in green too, it's also
Behind
different.
The dock workers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Ruby was probably in here at the time. Maybe with Class C, maybe to show her what was going on.
The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside.
It is time. Mysterious door seen, a bird flew by, wing beats. You've been here a long time. No, really. You've really been here for ages. Okay, let me get all my perception stuff on. Gonna go back on through everything if I wish on whatever. Where's my yellows? That came out of the computer speakers and not through the headphones? That is weird. There are so many things botching up today. But Sap Sandstars, thank you so much for the follow. What the heck is up with that? Alerts not just coming out from the wrong place, but the wrong place. But thank you again. I'm glad you're enjoying it enough for that. Perception. +1 perception. Another +1 for good fitting boots. No ties give perception. Okay, how about now then? It's a +2 with those changes.
Again, you find yourself looking at
97
that big old window. There's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the
It's so
branches.
close to Snake Eyes.
Yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key.
He said key. He said key?
It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Someone's hid a key in the bush. Don't just tell them that I want to take it myself before they, like, realize what's going on here. I need your guys to hand the key to me. Let me slide so I can grab this thing. Titus, could you hand the key to me, please? Oh, you like how I narrate my thoughts? Well, that's what I love about these games. That's why I like playing games for the first time. Because when you come in, you don't know what's going on at all. And it really is just a big blank canvas that is full of infinite possibilities. And those possibilities clash. And it kind of helps think to voice it out as well. He's gonna say no to all of these things, though. I don't think he's gonna cooperate either way. Let me slide by. It's their booth. Their guys hand the key to me. It's their key, I'm not their boss. Titus, hand me the keys. I'm not his boss. Let me slide on through so I can grab the thing.
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that.
Perfectly fine by me.
Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch, and slides it across the table to you.
Just like that. And Theo, who threatened to shoot me too. He's gotta know the importance. This key's hidden, in view of them.
The key is brass.
For the workshop.
Spear is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in?
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Thank you, not to the old man. Does anybody know where this key was hanging right outside the Union Box window first? Thank yous are in order.
Off yourself. Make it up to me, cop. I still got my money on that.
Don't tell me this relates to us having a mental breakdown earlier and putting Kim's gun in our mouth. He still wants to see that reach fruition? Is that the only reason he's helping me out?
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
Does anybody know why this key was hanging right outside the Union Box window?
Didn't even know it was there.
Really?
Boys.
Really? So far today, that surprises me the most about them. I thought key in the hawthorns by this window where they could see precisely meant that they knew about it. But I guess I wouldn't be surprised if Ruby was keeping secrets from them too.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Really? What do you open? Workshop key.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
Okay. That blue door has been taunting me and tempting me this whole game. Priority 1 is check that blue door.
You see a heavy steel door. It could be connected
Try it.
to the bar.
Open it.
The key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it after all these years. But then, the lock clicks. Dust rises before you like mist. A tomb? Haunted by regal spirits from distant ages.
I want to believe that this is tied to Ruby in some way. But it also makes it sound like this door hasn't been opened in years. Maybe Ruby's been using it surreptitiously. I would love to believe. But if the mechanism itself is this sluggish from disuse, that could be evidence against.
No. Smells like engine grease and cut wood. A workshop.
Guess I'll find out when we go inside. They have more pinball in here. Is that an elevator? Even more pinball. White Diora. Spare key tied to the bush outside. Whole 5 real. Maybe it's time to reward myself with some new dreads. Threads.
Over there, in the corner.
Though, Raphael also needs to fix his hair. The pinball machine.
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats.
They have a Cornelius Gordy machine?
You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Kid, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats, a classic.
He knows his games. You played it?
A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Take a closer look. What if this game actually has a pinball minigame, no?
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated.
I got coins. How much per play?
Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
A whole real per. Oh my goodness. We'll get some info first. Read the text.
Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Windy. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
A common hero myth? And the playing field?
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble.
And pinball sounds like the perfect metaphor for where it was
The peak
play.
of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain.
This actually sounds amazing. How come our pinball in the real world doesn't take this approach?
Areas around the playfield represents Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
Well, Raphael, you have 72 plays. Toss a real in.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease.
He is a natural.
Go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
This might distract me, but what kind of guy was he then?
The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels.
Racist
Masked
mountaineer.
nationalist. An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
Not cool, bro, especially the earlier parts.
He also hit his wife and kids, other people's kids too, sometimes pets. Hateful little man.
They really chose their national heroes well, didn't they?
But you seem to be having fun.
Well, for the game itself, Raphael is good at it.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3.
On his first credit, by the way, he is days after waking up from complete ego obliviation. And he's a natural pinball pro.
Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Concentrate. Aim for the passage.
Maneuvering a goat board into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass.
Is that bad though? Glass in the machine can't fix itself.
The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Oh my goodness, the pinball of this world is so complex. They have the experience bleed to the real world too?
Congratulations. This is where the game ends.
Oh, it's a victory
cheap
thing.
way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid nihilistic finale.
So what you're saying is, Kim, we won! Beat the game, first try, go!
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one,
Oh, it's
your
still going.
goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. Lucky goats. The fog looks soft and inviting.
Is Inland Empire also the voice of my desire for oblivion?
This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. The amount of focus it takes to predict when a ball goat is in striking range is staggering, but it can be done. Focus. You're down to your last goat.
Oh
Going
no.
Mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
Got a -1 for being bad at ball games, but I've been a pro at this so far. Where's the +20 for waking up as a natural? This can be done.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
It's 3% of my reaction speed. And delirium tremens and everything else. The legendary doesn't even begin to cover the impossibility. But I could roll 2 6s. Or did it make these impossible to win, give up? Winning too stressful? Is that both the same option? Word for word looks like it. But no. Not gonna give up. If we're going to lose, we are going to lose getting those goats up the mountain.
How if you can't even see it?
4 and a 1.
The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee.
But it went down fighting. Went down fighting, didn't give up. That's a small victory. We got to the end. To the very end of the game.
It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, finger boy.
But we still have 71 more real. Could I try this as much as I want?
The machine is dead and silent. It needs serious maintenance before anyone can play again.
That truly was my last chance. And they even put 5 real behind me just in case I lost one.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
How about the white Diora?
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
And what is the white Diora?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. probably related to Messina during the DeLorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces looking at the machines.
Kim, do you not enjoy pinball? I thought he would, given the hours he put back on the goat one.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
What about the other one? The Franco-Nigerian game. Franco-Nigerian? Franco-Nigerian ball? Wanna play that?
No.
How about one of these other bad boys?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist pinball.
Only the Royalist table works?
What a dumb name. Royalist pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about now.
Encyclopedic check. I can't change my clothes, so it's take the coin flip, pass or fail, or finish the thought, and get 100% fail. Only shot I get?
It's strange that he doesn't like pinball. Kim here is a Zeolite.
Oh
His
no.
people are incredibly dexterous.
Oh no.
And they all love pinball. Matter of fact.
Failure gets you microaggressions. Didn't you guys invent pinball? It's bad enough that I misinterpreted "Hey Kim, was your father also point at dies?" as a racial question. I thought he meant glasses. I thought it meant, was your father also farsighted? Is the vision difficulty inherited? Didn't you people invent pinball?
Us? Guys?
You know, people from the 57th?
Stop.
Okay, Volition. No matter, this is a failure. I'm failing and I'm going to stop.
Okay. I don't like pinball because I had to learn to play it for an undercover job at a pinball ring.
Thank you, Volition.
And it's a lame, boring, and unchallenging game. There. We can move on now.
Volition is being the real MVP all today.
Super. Tip top. This went pretty well, all things considered.
Okay, finish that thought. It's done. Now,
This
do you
small
believe
elevator
it is an elevator?
dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside. Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in.
Lucky Kim, come on
The
in.
maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
88. That's decades ago, wasn't it? Dangerously decades ago, Kim. It says the last maintenance was in 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
This elevator was last maintained in the future? 88 or a long time ago? It's a funny answer, but it's been 4 days now. We're soberer. We have a firmer grasp on reality. That was a sobering long time ago, wasn't it?
At the end of the last century.
And at
Look
the
on
last
bright
century.
side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
Oh, there you go. That counts as paid vacation, I'm sure. Plenty of time to wean myself off the electrochemistry.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
What's the elevator used for? For going up and down, I think.
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
And the controls?
There are large rectangular buttons, monter, descente, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
Of course it is. And even if it wasn't, nobody's got phone lines. We go then. This does appear to go around the building behind the room and out the door outside. So what have we got here? That's either a mop bucket or a squatty potty. Can't see outside the window. Boxes of tools, but how fresh is this? Appears to be a lamp on the desk. Note. Schematics for pinball. Pinball maker's coat. +1 empathy and +1 hand-eye coordination. I need that. I need all the hand-eye coordination you can get. And the visual calculus, both of these are cool. Oh, it's a classic brown detective overcoat. Okay, Kim, now we're in business. And his footprints. Gutted pinball
So
machine.
this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now.
So the workshop itself doesn't appear to be in frequent use. But it is still an avenue for someone to sneak in and out and about. So it does lend credence to the Spot A shooting.
The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Also, they gave up on fixing pinball machines at some point. Used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the hearties bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Whirling in Rags was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade. You just now figured it out? The reaction speed being way slow.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice maker said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
Connection, huh? Could this mean the Rolling in Rags really is part of the doomed commercial area?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion.
That's okay. He manages 2 other cafeterias. He'll be fine. And I think those 2 fall outside the doomed commercial area zone.
He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story about bankruptcy.
Plus, he's only covering, isn't he? Covering because Sylvia is still traumatized and recovering from me?
It's not a ghost story. It's a curse, and God ought to be made knowledgeable so he can perform counterspells.
And at some point they gave up. They went under.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
Footprints, the back door, what's on the wall? She was peeping. Ruby was peeping on Classy this whole time? That is obsession.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
Can see into Classy's bedroom from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here.
You say sensationalist, Kim, but keep an open mind. This hole is in perfect view, perfect head level.
The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
And what were they doing in here?
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural.
Got it. Electrochemistry, we all got it. Okay, that's everything but the footprints.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
So there was recent activity. Someone had been here the last week or 2.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
He had doubts before about the stereo investigation, but now he's all in. This is as much Kim's story of Kim being paired up with an absolute nutball hesitantly entering that world and benefiting from it till it becomes his world too. What does it mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route leading to the roof. The roof from where you can shoot our victim. This is significant.
But that's gotta be too easy. We find the secret passage, ergo Ruby did the shooting. There are 3 other possible vantage points, 2 of which are probably too far away, 1 of which is inaccessible. Could be the boardwalk, could be Land's End. Could be boardwalk after all, that's not too far away for a skilled gunman without having to be an expert sniper. I feel like if it's saying that here is a secret passage where Ruby went, that it cannot possibly be her, because that'd be too easy.
This prince, officer, could be the prince of our killer. And if not, at least there are good arguments for this Ruby doing it, to present to Titus.
That's right, the whole point was to get Ruby through Titus. He might still be obstructionist, even with these footprints, but it's ammo. Let's have a look then.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left the pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
On both boots? Was one of them eroded on the right boot?
One person has been here. They've gone back and forth. The tips point both ways.
The prints look like one person went back and forth? Does it look like the odd soled print we found at the hanging? But it could be she's got more than 1 pair of boots. She could have a boot for driving, a boot for other work. Look like one person went back and forth.
Between that and that.
But this print doesn't look like the odd-soled print we found at the hanging.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person. I wouldn't rule out Ruby coming here yet. This isn't an argument against her. People change shoes, you know. But it's not an argument for her either.
I'm glad the ministry acknowledges that people do change out shoes. This doesn't look like the worker's boots from the hanging, does it? Again, multiple shoes theory.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print.
You know what?
Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Ruby sneaking through the walls probably doesn't want to be heard. These are probably her stealth shoes then.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
Unlock the back door.
This is the barred door you tried to kick in before.
So what's on the other side? What could it possibly be?
Unless we veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Glacia about this route. See how she reacts?
Can we see how she reacts after opening the door from this side?
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly, and reads science fiction. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact.
Unbar the door and leave. I'm gonna surprise her. If I lightly punch the door, she's gonna know that I'm there, or somebody's there. She might freak out. Somebody's been killed in this room. Mid-coitus. She's been fearing for her life and paranoid. And then suddenly, a bang comes from this room. No, I'm gonna be polite about this. Unbar the door. And go say hello. Lassie, I presume?
It's a fine day for questions.
Okay. None of these is about the door, though.
Sure. The record. So, yeah.
That door there. Did you know it leads to a downstairs elevator?
Oh. Do you think Ruby could have gotten in that way? To the roof? She could have come up through there.
Using stealth shoes that left minimal sound. And tried to waylay the case by using the wrong soles.
It's possible.
She keeps looking at the door with a worried expression. The wind ruffles her hair.
There's tracks on the floor, they're recent. We'll start with the most innocuous and get more and more disturbing. It's an old pinball workshop, the room back there. Place used to be a pinball arcade. How's that for local history?
Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun.
Oh, it was fun, because there were tracks, footprints, recent.
Huh. This isn't good.
Oh, it gets better.
She's straight as a stick, suddenly.
There's a peephole on the other side, looking into your bedroom.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
Digital fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
I don't think we've seen any of the Hardy Boys who wear smaller sized boots. So, unless somebody else has an obsession, it seems all signs point to Ruby.
Do you think this is somehow related to Ruby passing through there?
It could well be connected.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It shouldn't be hard to cover with some tape.
It was recent. Who do you think made it, Ruby?
It's very hard to believe that she'd do something like that, but... No, I don't know. I just don't know about this, officer. She could have. Maybe she did. Or maybe it's been there for a long time. The local kids use it or something. Was there anything else back there?
It could be the hole was pre-existing. But that doesn't mean Ruby didn't use it. But that is it for now.
Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead furrowed.
Alright.
And that's that. Now, it's a bit too late in the night for a full break, but I'm gonna take a really quick BRB. Really quick one. To grab a momentary bathroom break. Last one for the night. And then we'll finish off strong. And get a little bit of investigating in. Maybe get information from Titus on Ruby. But first, super quick BRB. It won't take long at all. There, see? Super quick one. Super quick one, just to power us up. To finish off strongly, got more information. I finally got to the store, which almost feels a bit terminal. Because that window downstairs, right? That window downstairs for the past few days have been, the time is outright, -20 or whatever. And this door has been taunting us since day... When did you get to the kitchen? Day 1? So the entire game? If it's already showing us some 4-day-long mysteries, kind of worries me. But first, Gart. Gart has need to know me, the current kitchen manager.
Hey, is there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Saw another thing of the world.
Another thing? Great. I love those.
What if I told you I got to the back room behind the blue steel door?
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
He's really, really holding himself back here. It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
Aren't you gonna ask what's back there?
Okay, what is back there?
Skeletons, a mausoleum of the dead, pinball machines, a pinball workshop. Nothing but the gaping black maw at the end of time. Everybody gets a flashlight in their eyes. I love it. So far, only one person has had a negative reaction to having all these photons in their faces, but if nobody's going to complain, I'm going to keep on shining flashlights in their face. Pinball machines.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too.
Oh, Gart, it's worse. It's part of a curse. You're in the doomed commercial area. Who had the negative reaction? The pawn shop broker. Even with the sunglasses, is a bit spaced out and a bit photosensitive.
I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean.
Did he want to play? We gave him a bird. Could they be closer friends? If they competed at pinball together. Didn't check. It's not relevant. Did it check? Pinball is stupid? No, we played. Do you want to play? It might be up for a game.
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
Yeah? You're thinking way to expand the business?
He was wondering about something business related. About how much money he could make of one.
Thinking of turning this place back into a pinball arcade. Apparently, pinball is played out and a past fad. But a few people do play. There's one machine that still works in this place, and somebody plays on it. More machines, more players could bring it back. And either way, it's money to feed in. If you're thinking of selling those pinball machines, I want a fat cut. C-suite shit. Beat your chest, I'm a disruptor. Feel a capitalist plot coming up. Not every monetary transaction is inherently capitalist. Even in more egalitarian societies and economies, it's only natural that some wealth builds up here or there. It's all about how it builds up and to what gain. Are you thinking, Gart, of turning this place back to a pinball arcade?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options.
It's already
seeing
4
as you've
p.m.,
opened
what?
The door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That
He
one's
has not.
always causing trouble.
He has not heard hellish karaoke yet.
Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed commercial area.
He's not going to be overjoyed, but he has need to
You
know.
should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
Inland Empire or suggestion, who could I trust? I have to warn you, may have discovered the whirling is part of the doomed commercial area.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
He knows about the doomed commercial area curse.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address. He's thought about this.
Reaction Speed had the exact same idea. You know of the curse. The wording is listed at the intercom outside. As one of the businesses in Building B. You should get your wiring fixed. I tried to call it, couldn't reach you at first. You know.
Everyone knows of it.
Then give him the receipts.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling.
Not once? Isn't that itself a sign of decline? Whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade before it failed. Only a matter of time before the Whirling fails too. No, break it easy to him. The Whirling was once the East Delta Pinball Arcade which failed, though, perhaps, the Whirling will escape the curse.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area?
Yeah.
This pre-revolutionary tilework, these high ceilings, the nice rooms, well, most of the rooms.
Is he forgetting that Harry Dubois descended upon him? He had a very loud, boisterous, and belligerent mercenary haunt this place for weeks, die violently, body hanging from a tree behind the establishment. Then I come in. Pretty much the exact same thing round 2. Tears up his room upstairs. Yeah? I'd say he's cursed.
For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet.
And now?
Fuck me, if some doom ghost.
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
All very good questions. You care about the whirling. Who owns the place? What about the other cafeterias you manage? But you really care, don't you?
Yeah, it's slowly growing on me again.
Aww.
It's beautiful in its own way, especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way, even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
You finally admit to it.
Yes, your police skills have delivered. I'm sure you'll get a commendation, maybe even a promotion.
Okay. Could ask everything else. Who owns the place?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
And who named it Rolling in Rags?
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too. It's from a song. Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateniers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
It's catchy. I'm sure it has sentimental value.
Good pick.
What about the other cafeterias you manage? Fallbacks in case this one is doomed?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists. I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
Garte, where do they hang? We have to make contact with them.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
And the others?
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling.
They all sound nice. Too bad it's all doomed then. No, good luck to you with this place then.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my establishment, can we, wrap it up?
I feel like I shouldn't tell other people yet, because it is part of the case. He might try to patch it up, who knows? But it's currently 4:30 in-game, and that worries me, so I got other things I have to do. Might not even have time for karaoke. I got the boombox, I got the music, but I gotta talk to so many people. I gotta talk to you again, and try to find Ruby. I gotta get this last signature and forge it, and mail it off so I can go get my gun back from Everett. Assuming he doesn't have yet another task for me.
It's you again. What is it?
Logic impossible is up to 72% now. Saw the key added on. Okay, logic is it? I got some logic clothes. Go back to your table. Just gonna change out of the open real quick. Who was Harry Dubois? Harry Dubois is the failure of a man who pushed himself too hard and destroyed himself in a blaze of glory and paved the way for Raphael Ambrosius Costeau to finally rise up and take his place. I speak cruelly, but in truth Raphael owes much to his own birth. If it was not for the sacrifice of Harry, there wouldn't be a Raphael today. That's probably overkill on the logic now. No logic ties. No logic loves. Okay. Now that we're properly dressed for full logic, I see this and I think that is a sharp, logical man.
It's you again. What is it?
%97%. Given how many plus logic flows they put on, 97 might be the max. Present a solid theory about why Ruby could have done it and still fail.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here all night with us.
The entire night. There wasn't a moment when she ran to the kitchen, up the stairs, round the roof.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
It's a week later. I'm sure nobody had their eyes on their watches, but yes, 11:30 to 12:15. The whole time.
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the bar for a drink?
No.
That's a lie.
You know that's not the case.
Alright, she took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
That's probably for the best. Don't break your stride now.
Alright, get him leave suggestion, no sidetracking.
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
I'm sure 5 minutes is more literal than time accurate, but that's still plenty of time to go around the building up the secret way.
Alright, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
How was a winch gonna play into this? There is a winch. Are we suggesting she went up and down that way? Maybe winch to go up, shoot, then into the roof, into the building? No. Maybe elevator to the roof, then winch to go down, quietly, without needing to open the door, go down the door, which would make more noise, since dry, thin wall between the building, between the room and the hallway. But first, you do agree the shot came from the roof then, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinet.
Okay, there goes my idea that maybe the adjoining building.
Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Only 72% chance. I should have gone to the coast first and bumped those numbers up.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Quick mental math when I barely got my grasp on reality.
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
Yeah, so we have a ballistics lab in Kuron we consult in cases like these.
Wouldn't hurt to have one of those in Martinez. Still, all the labs in the world don't put her on that roof. How'd she get there? Climb?
There was a secret route in the kitchen. Maybe the winch is supposed to be an alternate way up if we don't know about the secret passage to the roof. But there is a secret route in the kitchen.
How?
Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop, and they gave us a key. Thank you very much, boys.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator for that matter.
Funny you should ask, because there's exactly one elevator.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Good one, Kim. From there, door leads straight to the roof. First, good one, Kim.
Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
Then from there, doors straight to the roof, can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
And then they demolish it all to break my theory.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
There were pinball machines still operational. Could I gussy them up with the pinball machines?
Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Nothing. We could bring some down, get new machines.
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
Building rapport, getting into good graces.
That'd be awesome. I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
See, Garte, the people demand pinball. They want a revitalization of the culture.
All right. We can get the barman to bring them down.
Okay, so back to business. The key. First, we found footprints upstairs in the old workshop.
Footprints? Recent?
The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing.
Naturally. Recent. A week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that talk. Good news is, I'm still listening.
There's the key and the winch. If the winch is out back, that's right above these bushes. Could tie in. And the key we found outside the window.
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
So what about? Snuck up in the elevator through the upstairs, out the door, closes the door once, and then goes down, and possibly drops a key. Drops the key to dispose of the evidence. If nobody has a key, nobody's got a way in. Ruby found it. That's how she got up there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
Could have made a copy. Could have put it back there when she was done. That's an easy enough conclusion.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
To obfuscate, to hide it, if it's just some old key, who's gonna care about it?
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Okay, how could the winch out back possibly fit in? I planted many seeds of thought into his mind. One weed is gonna make a difference.
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there?
Oh, is it? Well, there you go. That's that then.
That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it?
Does it concern Ruby, now that we've established the possibility she did take the elevator? Either way, that's it for the winch. I was out of my mind, so I wasn't sure how it connected. So, having firmly established, Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established.
They are the de facto law in the area, but as forthcoming as they're being now, all I'm thinking is destroying evidence, smushing those footsteps. Kim should have taken a photograph.
But a route, does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun.
Already established Ruby's running drugs. Could have smuggled guns too. Analyze the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed. It's not going to mean much to him. The mercenaries also got jacketed rounds. 28% chance that the shot came from beyond the roof. That's not going to help out any. The rifle. There are weapons like this all around Martinet. That is true, and he knows it. He's a Martinet boy.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
Cellar under the bookshop, hidden there, with others just like it.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
You can't deny the history, the local history.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
More seeds planting. The bullet was also jacketed. Maybe now that we have a rifle, and the presence of other such rifles that use such rounds, it's a bullet that matches said rifles?
So
it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it?
If only there was some kind of revolution around this area that left supplies and caches of weapons all over.
You don't know. Just be honest. Screw honest. You just showed him a breech-loading gun.
Yeah, exactly. Suggestion, now is not the time. We have presented prior evidence. I just showed you a breech loader that any child could have.
A broken old broomstick is what you showed me. But point taken.
He's stubborn, but he allows it.
Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet.
The bullet itself. This is a bullet that did it. 4.46mm. Belle McGraw uses the same caliber. Caliber. Get dramatic.
The blonde man looks at the mushroomed death bringer in the evidence bag and says,
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4mm too.
Whoa.
Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn close.
For all his 3 days of prior boistering and blustering and obstructing, he's being friendly. Is this a Titus Hardy redemption arc?
You have been thorough. I'll give you that.
Could have smuggled guns too. It's a very tenuous link. The rifle and the bullet are much stronger. But hey, there's been caches of guns around here. It's possible that something coming in or out could have passed through her hands.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Did they warn me? Because if so, that's a while ago. Alright. I'll listen to my voice of suggestion. Fine, Titus. I'll be magnanimous. I'll toss him an olive branch. Maybe it's half a rapport gained.
Okay, cop. She's got connections. I could see how she could have access to a gun. That still doesn't mean she did.
That's all you needed. Doubt.
Well, there you go. And I'm not going to add on to this. A slightly greater than a quarter. That it didn't come from the roof. I want them thinking, there's guns about, there's plenty, the probable weapon, the bullet matches, she might have connections. That's enough to get him thinking. Didn't see any proof she had the murder weapon? just to find her.
All right, keep talking. I'm getting a bit curious about some things myself.
This is remarkable. I'm actually breaking through him.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
How much do they know about Ruby? Do they know about her, enamoration with Classy?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Piss him off. It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize a cover-up. Classy told me some interesting things about Ruby. Part of the leadership challenge against you, Titus? No, that's definitely another question. Let's definitely try to piss him off. When Classy came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong. There's doubt there, there's room for doubt, like, you know, she came down, freaked out, high off her gourd more than usual. Anybody could read that in her face. Curry favored with you. 3 and 5 are definitely out. We'll start with soft blows. That Ruby appeared to have pre-knowledge of what happened. And then, the gossip. The idea of why I do the cover-up in the first place.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Truly, Elaine. Then hold on to that thought, keep that in
Plus,
mind.
man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
You hear that, Titus? Even Eugene wants hardy girls in here? Female intuition, that's what it was. You're right, Eugene. Roll your eyes. She just got her shit together. That's how she knew. Or she knew what happened because she killed him. Bear this in mind, folks. Keep an open mind about this.
Not so useful.
Not so useful? Fine. If that wasn't much. And then Classy told us some interesting things about this got her shit together Ruby.
Yeah. Like what?
She's part of the homosexual underground. Had a thing for Classy. Sex. What is sex from her? Sensationalism. We are establishing motive. She might have had a thing for Classy.
A thing? You mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
We have to explain some things to Angus, don't we? Angus, we are gonna blow your mind with a whole new world of possibilities.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
I know, it's bewildering for me too, but that's what she said. Come on, guys, she hangs out with you meatheads. This can't come as a surprise. Don't antagonize them. It's supernatural. A reality-breaking event. I did say blow their minds. We just need to accept it. It's scary, yes. She probably went to university and learned it from a liberal. Or what Kim said. That girls like girls too, Angus. I kind of like the option 1 for it's what she said, like it's straight from her lips, but the bewildering, not so much. What Kim said. I'm gonna back up Kim. Kim has just the facts. And I'm gonna sign those checks for her. I'm gonna go and sign them.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
Glenn, relax.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Classy said she made advances on her and thwarted them.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She did tell us when we are close to arresting her. If he's saying that, then I shouldn't say that, because I was like, see, there you go then. You were going to arrest her? She just said whatever? She just told us. Ruby made her scared. And she spilled the beans.
That Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. I don't know why I didn't see it earlier. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
If that's the case, then it's not right. But it's not the case, right?
There are many pieces that fit together that way, Eugene. Face it.
Is Eugene still trying to fight it? Not gonna touch leadership challenge. Not gonna touch favor. Not for the near smoking gun. Why even bother with the cover-up in the first place?
And I suppose you have a theory about that too, cop.
Covering up for herself? What all do they cover up? By doing the lynching as it happens. If it is a cover-up and not just putting on a show against the other mercenaries. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, because at the end of the day you still get a dead mercenary unless there was something to cover up. The gunshot that they did not know about.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
It is a fact of the case now that when things happen, it's Ruby who makes the decision and they follow it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Right from the start, even.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Eugene, let's assume you killed him. Shanky, Titus. Eugene claims that he would have come up with the plan first. I would love to see him demonstrate. Let's assume you killed him, Eugene.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Now they're gonna throw her to the wolves.
Which is why she didn't. This
Really,
is fucking
Glenn?
stupid, Titus. This and the queer thing, all of it. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
She skipped town. Is she not even around? Skip town to come back, right? She is coming back, right? It's been a week now, things have blown over. Was she laying low for a bit?
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods.
We've already got Theo in our pocket.
A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you won't. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Wanna know why?
Doesn't trust the Hardys? Why? Tell me.
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
As in the RCM or me personally? We've already broken it. Me personally?
Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
And a hole in his heart. And the funny tie too. No wonder she's afraid. I have come to declare the ending of the human experiment. I got 0 points Apocalypse, don't I? 0 points of Apocalypse cop. And there's no point putting up now. Probably knew me from my singing days. I'm sorry. God, why does everything flee at the sight of my shadow? I had no idea why she'd be scared. Just a normal cop with regular thoughts in his head. Don't forget the hole in his heart.
Why not? You suck on that gun like someone tore you a brand new asshole.
And the funny tie. Don't forget the tie.
How can I forget? You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
It's the tie. The tie is what's convinced him. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
And what else did Ruby say about me specifically?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
So she does know me. Someone's fed her RCM information if she knew that the super cop was after her.
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Where all that?
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Played you all like cans of sardines, exactly. What with it, Raphael?
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything!
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus, this called Pete.
Everett has a file on you, but that's bogus. What she knows comes from somewhere else, from Jamrock. It must be real stuff.
Could be from the mob. She does have those ties, I'm pretty sure. But dang, so it really was the case that Harry's presence alone was enough to send her flying. She had no idea, though, that Harry was gonna blow up in a flame of glory at the end of his life in that identity. Any idea where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Yeah, but it's on foot with a near week head start. Could be anywhere by now.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Yeah, they tried looking for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
I haven't seen too many places she could be, unless she's in the church. Or in the tent with the teenagers, which I doubt. Could you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Isn't it the crash at the shack where I'm staying, where the old ladies kindly, letting me sleep for free night after night?
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Sounds cute, but haven't we already established that she frequently dyes her... Boyish. No. That wouldn't be Lillian. Her hair's short, but I wouldn't call her boyish. Plus she's got a family, unless she's like really deep undercover. Couldn't be. She can't live two lives. As a net woman and a lorry driver, and a hardy boy. But I haven't seen much anybody else out that way either. Gotta ask around then? Do you know what she's doing with Ulan frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea. boys.
So it doesn't relate to them.
She said she's building a pale emitter.
Pale emitter. Is this mystery going to go back to the whole ontological nature of the world too? I didn't have that in mind at first, mostly because I didn't have any idea as to the true nature of this reality. But it could all relate. Maybe it's a place to hide, maybe it's the way to run away.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies at a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
Same logic, same.
There you have it. Pale something.
Oh, there you go.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Not much, but it'll do. And I think I got a couple of breakthroughs too.
It'll have to.
Gotta be nice. This guy started off obstructing my investigation. Part of it is he's a local cops, wants to protect his own, so I get it. But end of the day, for everything else, he has helped out. Finally cracked that can. I could grant him this much respect.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
Should be a cop Titus. But he kind of is. Union is the cops around here. Hardy Boys is the enforcement. They are the repressive state apparatus to the Union's ideological state apparatus. But from one enforcement apparatus to the other, I'll give him a platitude of respect. You should be a cop Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head? I already am.
See?
I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
Alright, what do we get?
Homosexual underground.
Give it to me.
Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours.
Yeah, any breakthrough then, any realization?
Stop. You should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
Oh, that's being vague. We're not going to say one way or another what realization Raphael's had about himself. What bonuses? Stopped obsessing about sexuality. Ah, that's it. Just all of our, this person could be part of the homosexual underground is now gone then. This kind of feels like a joke. A joke thought to internalize. Oh well.
Birth generator.
What about a date of birth? What do we get? To stop obsessing about age 2?
You were born in the year 07. In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago.
44
you are 44
ago.
years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Okay. What is the bonus or the penalty for the existential dread of realizing that this battered body is only 44? I definitely gotta tell Kim. I mean, I have to, if that's the only reward for it. Only reward is something you need to talk to Kim about. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Okay, I'm keeping this one. Homosexual underground. At least he's learned something about himself, but I can't say it's much. But date of birth generator? Keeping it. Now, Kim.
Yes?
I have big news, kid. I am no longer obsessed about my own sexuality, because I've come to accept it.
Okay.
Managed to stop obsessing about my sexuality? Nothing. Actually, as I'm saying this, I realize I would not be telling the truth. Ooh. But the phrasing though, obsessing about my sexuality, it feels like the kind of thing one says if they're from a like, oh, I can't believe they keep waving in my face kind of thing. There's one way to read it. But we dwelled on this 8 hours, and it is true that we're going to stop dwelling on it after those 8 hours.
Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now.
Nah.
Turns his attention elsewhere.
Just one thing though, oh, there's more.
What?
Are you part of the homosexual underground?
You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now.
Yeah, but...
But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mind project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
There is hope. Seeing as Lillian kind of shot us down. Didn't really shoot us down. Kind of shot us down. Until we sober up properly. And Martin Martinet appears to want short-term things. He seems kind of sad that his Sunday friend is just a Sunday friend. But I can't say he's fully attached to Raphael. He doesn't have the chemistry and rapport that Lillian does. But Kim does. Kim's been in our world and plays along with us. Despite everything else.
That's the truth.
Martin, we figured ourselves out.
Again, gendarme.
See, we can't even tell him. The connection I want to be there simply isn't.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Okay. I got 4:44 in real time. Got maybe enough time. Oh, what's this?
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours?
And?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
It was my volition, trying to convince me that maybe I'm not being fully objective, that I simply want to pull attention away from a nice-looking Clasia. I don't know. The physical evidence itself seems to be pointing that way. That's not just all my little psyche friends falling for her charms. What do you mean, volition?
Anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash?
The bullet didn't have to come from the roof. It could have come from the coast, it's true. The bullet's jacketed. Don't just lie around everywhere. Bullet was an antique. Footprints in the pinball workshop didn't fit the odd sole. But people have more than one set of shoes. I got like 3 on my person, 4 or 5 maybe. And nobody has mentioned hearing the shots. That is odd.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
They were partying pretty hard downstairs, I think. But the bullet didn't necessarily have to come from the roof. But then again, if it didn't, then that cast doubts on Ruby running around for a bit. Because running to the coast would take a lot more than 7 minutes. Then again, I did bring up the possibility that she's got accomplices. If it wasn't one of the Hardy boys that were her accomplices, they seem pretty oblivious to most of Ruby's other aspects in her life. It could be somebody else in Union and one of her other connections. She apparently also has connections in the RCM, given all she knew about us. Could it come from the coast?
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
Hey, volition. Argue with visual calculus about that one then. The footprint, did it fit the odd sole?
No, they didn't.
And the bullet was jacketed?
Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
Rare, but it was an antique.
True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it.
I mean, if there's guns lying around anywhere, everywhere, possibly bullets too in other caches, and even then, a little bit of her connections could probably pick up some suitable ammo. One of the Hardy Boys recognized a 4.42 right off the bat, so it's not exactly an obscure thing.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me?
Well, Volition, we'll figure this out once we interview Ruby then, won't we?
Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
The Volition is normally pretty solid. I got 448. I'm not gonna have any time today, this stream, to run all the way to the coast and find people to forge the signature, turn it into the letterbox, run all the way back to Everart, and then get my gun back. That's gonna be like the first thing I do tomorrow. So the last thing we do today is give Volition a listen to, and see if there isn't anything else that the Oranje disco dancer might want to tell us. Especially now that we figured out the homosexual underground and sexuality is no longer our concern. Could approach this upcoming interview completely pure of intention.
Two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman having sex.
Nothing new here. Alright. And then she's gotta be gone. Nope, still here. Anything new,
Officer,
miss?
it's a fine day for questions.
Simple, innocent question. Why do I feel like you've won here?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
See, Volition, are you satisfied?
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
As a cop, this has turned out well for you, class. You've slipped past all suspicion.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The wet wind, heavy with brine and industrial pollution from the stacks nearby, ruffles her hair.
I have so few points in shivers, though. I wonder if there's going to be a time when I'm going to need a high amount of shivers.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
What are you contained for then? At a conclusion, so could ask everything. What are you contained for then?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Assaulted, I want to know for you. Somehow managed to not become a suspect. Still a suspect, everyone's a suspect. Not a culprit. Something seems off with this theory I developed about Ruby. Well, I spoke.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people in, remember?
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
So how about that theory?
I don't know what to say.
All seems fortuitous for her.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
Well, that's it, Volition. I got nothing else to ask her.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Volition, what did you get me into? Should I get her cuffed after all before I end up with a bullet in my mouth?
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished.
Something else to do with it, that was it. That is it then. Which sadly is all the time I have for. There's still so many tasks I want to do. And at 15:39 in-game, there's definitely plenty of time to get some of these done. Like Classy's Boo, we could definitely do. Alongside... Does Fatman need doing the traps again? Restock the traps, yeah? So those come together, plus plenty of other reasons to go back to the coast. Trunks to talk to, Bowies to find, Plasmids to find. And then Sebastian to 2200, plenty of time for everything. But not enough time in real time, I'm afraid. So all that will have to be where I pick up tomorrow then. Which at least does mean that we are making some pretty good progress on this, I think. Was floundering a fair bit, but I'm actually getting excited for all the things coming together. I don't know exactly how much time is left between now and the riots, but with all this coming up, it almost feels like victory is in reach. Ciao to you, Sup and Stars, for now. Traditional time to find who am I going to drop the little raid onto. Carpseed is on, but raided him recently. J. Caesar from Castlevania. I think what I'll do is toss Little Raid onto Dr. CDCS, who has just come online. And that is a good enough reason for me. So tomorrow, folks, tomorrow we shall continue day 4. And see where all these threads get us, and hopefully get our gun back. For the time being, go say hi to Dr. CDCS. Thank you guys for hanging out forever long. Take care of yourselves, have fun, and see you folks around. Take care.